How much longer do you expect this to go on? And do you think munitions should be a limitation at this point? What do you hear?
No, I don't think, the Pentagon has done a great job of restocking the munitions. I don't think that's an issue at all. But I do expect that we're going to be there a long time. Operation Northern Southern Watch went on for, almost 20 years, I think. So I think this is going to be something similar. We're going to have to stay there. Those guys aren't going to change their behavior. We have to adapt. And I think, we're going to have to get the Gulf states and those that rely on the oil coming from the Gulf states to help pay for this.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Jay Scott. Episode 202, Going Off Script. A real fake news update. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Okay, here we go. We are back. Welcome, everyone, to the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. This is your non-tribal approach to news network, news channel. We're here all afternoon with you on today, this Tuesday, lovely Tuesday afternoon. We're here twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays. Occasionally we take a day off, but that's to either discombobulate or look into something, do a little boots on the ground investigative journalism. We did a little boots on the ground this last Thursday, so apologize to you guys. We weren't here for the Thursday show, but that just means this one's going to be a double super duper show for you guys, which we have planned today. So welcome everybody to the channel, to this space. If it's your first time, special welcome to you. If you find yourself feeling a little homeless from whatever group or tribe or community you thought you were respected in and felt comfortable in, and then at some point you didn't feel that same thing. Why? Because maybe you started asking questions and you started getting pushback. You started being told you have to shut up, get in line. We got to beat the other team. They're the bad guys. Don't associate with people that voted for something different than you. Don't associate with people that didn't get the jabs. Whatever it is, whatever the case is, this was a ploy to keep us divided, to keep us separated, and keep us mad at the wrong thing. The wrong thing is each other, family members, friends, colleagues, neighbors. That was their plot and their plan, and it was very successful. It's still kind of successful with those of us that we know in our vicinity, people that still think in a tribal way. We call them tribalists now. That's not condescending. It's not like you suck, you're a tribalist. It's a matter of fact. It's a matter of science. They told us to trust the science. Well, we're going to give it right back to them. They are tribal minded. We are not. We're here. We welcome people from all aspects of a political spectrum, religious spectrum, any sort of ideological spectrum you find yourself on. Come on in to our group, because guess what? We're not checking boxes to get in the door. We're going to allow you to ask questions, because actually, scratch that. We don't allow you to. You just can do it, and we won't stop you. How about we leave it at that? We won't stop you. The only thing we ask is just respect each other, and that's about it. Other than that, there's no rules, no guidelines. You can believe whatever you want. You can come from whatever value system you come from. And in fact, we welcome discourse. We welcome diversity. The left used to tell us they were all about diversity. No, they weren't. You have to check every single box on their damn checklist to get in the door. We realize that. That's why we are no longer part of the left. We are homeless left. You might be homeless from somewhere else, upside down, up, right, left, inside, outside. It don't matter where you're homeless from. You're welcome here, because we are non-tribal. So welcome to all non-tribalists, all critical thinkers out there, all homeless people ready to go on that journey together, to investigate, to do our own research. And it's okay if they call us conspiracy theorists. We take that as a badge of honor, because guess what? Conspiracy theorists are batting about 1,000. It seems that way. At least in the last 5-6 years, we've seen batting 1,000. That's what it looks like. So with that said, welcome here, guys. Wherever you're joining us from today, our Rumble channel. This is the main channel, the Homeless Left on Rumble. You might have found us on YouTube. This is our second attempt at YouTube. Our first attempt, the Homeless Left, got taken down. They told us, Google told us that our conversations were too dangerous. So you're not going to find the Homeless Left on YouTube. You'll find THL Present. So you might have to actually type in the whole thing. And if you already subscribed, please check that subscribe button. Sometimes it magically unsubscribes. It's very weird. And don't think that we did it. We have no reason to be unsubscribing anyone. Even when people get out of hand in the comments, we'll put you on a little timeout. But we have never ditched anybody out of this group. We allow you guys. We figure you might have been having a bad day. It's all good. You know, come back when you're feeling, you know, a little more, you know, presentable. But other than that, no, we welcome, again, we welcome all points of views. We welcome discourse. Did you guys know? Oh, shoot. Looks like we got to reset here. Give me 1 second. Let me come right back in. Wow. We just got a little bit of a bump out from StreamYard. You know, we've been having issues with StreamYard. I really got to have a little discussion with these guys because that ain't cool, guys. That ain't cool. Especially when we're just getting started. We're literally just starting the show here and they had to like boot us out. Not cool. All good though. We're back. And like we like to say on the show, we can always edit that out in post as we do a lot. But yeah, you know what? It's good to get that out of the way early, right? It's good to get that out of the way early. Now I just have to reset a couple things, but we're good right now. While we are resetting here, I'll tell you about a little good news from yesterday. If you guys didn't hear, and you might not have heard because it happened very quickly, but I was called up by our good friend of the show, Garland Nixon, who was doing guest hosting for the Jimmy Dore show. And I guess he's still going to be doing some. I think he's switching off. They got Russell Dolabar's doing some tomorrow. And it's a team effort over there at the Jimmy Dore show because Jimmy's on vacation. Well, anyway, long story short, got a call, said, Matt, you want to come on? And it's always been you know, I would say on my bucket list, you know, kind of check the box going on Jimmy Dore show, and was able to do that yesterday. And it was very spur of the moment. You know, opportunity, and you got to take those when you can. And we had a great time. You guys should go back and watch. I think the live feed is still up on YouTube, but as you guys know Jimmy Dore, they love to, and we like to do this too on our show. We put the segments out afterwards, so you can go check out the segments. I think Garland and I did 2 segments together on AI. Great conversation. So if you missed that yesterday, you guys can go check that out when they get uploaded. Here's a little thing from it. Yeah, this was really cool. This was like a little bucket list for me yesterday, just to you know, just to kind of check it off. And I think, you know, obviously, hopefully, you know, more to come. We're having discussions already about more to come, which is awesome. But just taking that milestone, just to take a breath and say, you know, we did this, you know, we did this. And it's a good thing. It's a good thing to do that when you hit milestones in your you know, whatever your career or your, you know, whatever the thing you're focusing on in your life and your, you know, ventures. It's good to have those when you get to those milestones. Let's not forget, because we get spoiled with those things sometimes, right? We go, oh yeah, that's no big deal, right? We go like, you know, we go on Jimmy Dore show all the time, not a big deal. But just remember that first one. It's very important. We take a moment to celebrate ourselves that we got to that certain point. And so absolutely more to come. We never stop. We keep pushing for more. We keep pushing harder. And I think you guys know that have been watching the show that we never settle. We are never content with, oh, we got enough people watching. Oh, we've done enough of the work. We're going to put a pause on it and just kind of coast. You'll never see us coasting, because when we keep pushing, we can keep moving forward and we can keep discovering and keep evolving and keep being in the best place we can be when the shit goes down. That's how it goes. If you are staying grounded in one place, it might seem cool, but it's not. You're actually moving backwards because everything else is going forward. So you always want to be making that adjustment. So there you go. And guys, yeah, thanks for the shout outs on the Jimmy Dore show yesterday. And again, it's got to give a shout out to Garland, because Garland, you know, we have, you guys know, I go on with Garland all the time on his show. He comes on the Homeless Left, and we vouch for each other, and it's pretty cool when people do that for you. And if you guys have had that happen in your personal lives, your professional lives, it's a big deal when people do that, and you always want to show that appreciation because it's their ass on the line, right? If you don't come through. And so that's a big deal. So let's appreciate that when it happens to ourselves. Okay. With that said, I think it's about time we just get on with this. And I hope we're done with those StreamYard issues. I think kind of happy we got it out of the way early. Now we can really dive in, guys. So let's go ahead and do this. And just today's show, we're calling it Going Off Script. It seems like all of the nefarious happenings, whether it's the Iran war, we're going to get into the World Cup fiasco. That is interesting stuff. Just the AI stuff, the pushback. It seems that it's not going as planned for the globalist, elitist, Epstein class, psychopath Zionists, warmongers. It's not going as planned. So they're going to have to go off script a little. And we're noticing that. And it's interesting to see. Interesting to see a little bit of, not the thing we thought it would be. The people are furious. The people are pushing back, and we have to respond to that. They're having their little huddles right now about how do we respond. So that's what the show's basically the theme is today. So let's go ahead and start. We like to start Tuesdays off with a real fake news update. So let's get into it. Here we go. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. We're going to look at the recent China scare that started last week and where we are now with it, and based on how the media has responded to it at all the different outlets. And what they're responding to is Trump's latest claim, which he's since backed off of. But this was the initial claim and how it broke. Starting with this tweet from Breaking 911. This looks serious. Major breaking. President Trump says 220 million U.S. voter files were stolen by the People's Republic of China, and says the intelligence was deliberately covered up by deep state actors within the U.S. government. Well, that's quite a claim. Quite a claim indeed. And of course, this should have been breaking news everywhere. Every single camera from every single major news outlet should have been running this story when Trump gave his big speech. Here's a clip.
That over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China has signed a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, many cases.
They don't include me. I'm not part of that. Remember, guys, deep state is the thing I got elected to fight against. I'm not part. So I'm going to keep using that language. Never mind the Epstein class or the warmongering psychopath class, which we know very well, the U.S. Israel war machine, the Zionist class. These are, the baby eater class. Like this is, remember, guys, deep state. I'm the innocent one here. They're all in on it except me.
In our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling. covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible.
Really? Wow. So that should have been really, really, really huge news, right? Well, unfortunately, for Trump, the reaction from the mainstream outlets, other than Fox News, was not airing this thing. That's kind of what happened. There's the unfortunate, MAGA wanted ABC and NBC shut down for not airing Trump's primetime stolen election speech. And now he's not even going to confront China. Wait, that sounded pretty serious, though. It looked like he was ready to confront China. And look, I'm going to tell you guys, it was hard. And this is why we do the real fake news. The fake news is hard because these guys have to constantly spin their long storylines, right? They're 10 years of Russia gating, the fact that we know that Hillary and the DNC, based on what we know for a fact from WikiLeaks, we know that they're the ones that actually did do the meddling in the election in 2016. So the fact that these news organizations have been covering that up, and then Trump breaks this China story, and let's be very clear about why this is happening. The China scare is about, this is our biggest competitor in the new technocratic age that we're maneuvering into, where China is offering open source AI, and we have no answer to that. Not to mention, they have a resource-based economy of excess, because they're not going around annihilating and blowing up and stealing all their neighbors' land and giving money to a foreign country to genocide and ethnic cleanse and all the horrible stuff we've been doing for the last 78 years. So just to understand, that's what's happening here. So now CNN, they did a whole thing on why this is bullshit that Trump is doing this now, which was hard. It was hard to see them try and maneuver that. Fox News got very upset at it, and they put this old clip together. Jesse Waters particularly got very upset, and they put this old clip together where CNN was afraid of China just a few years ago. Yes, this is CNN doing coverage on China meddling in our elections just 2 years ago, yet they were nowhere to be found for this fake speech that Trump just gave.
Major point of tension between the U.S. and China that will only grow in the coming months is concerns about China meddling in U.S. elections. Listen to our conversation on that topic.
I want to ask you about a commitment that CNN has reported President Xi made to President Biden when they met in November. We reported that he told President Biden that China would not interfere in the upcoming presidential elections in the United States. But since then, there have been reports of online Chinese accounts that have falsely mimicked Trump supporters. Do you believe that these accounts violate President Xi's commitment?
What I can tell you is this. President Biden was very clear about that with President Xi, and I repeated that today in my meetings.
You repeated what?
That any interference by China in our election is something that we're looking very carefully at.
You're looking very carefully at to fabricate on our end. That's what you're doing. And that's what he did. This is, Anthony Blinken. This is like one of the biggest warmongerings psychopaths of our time. Right? This is the guy who fabricated the Ukraine war, escalated it, created a scenario where we were going to have to, our only choice to stop Putin is to funnel money into the military-industrial complex and into everybody's pockets at the expense of, as Lindsey Graham once said, down to the last Ukrainian. So this guy, his job was to fear bait during the Biden administration and going into the 2024 election. So if this is the proof that Fox News has that CNN is being flip-floppily by pulling this clip out, it doesn't quite do the trick. And in fact, it does the opposite. It shows us that all of the networks, when it's convenient for them, will fabricate these stories about foreign interference. There's only one country that they don't fabricate foreign interference claims about, the one that we're not allowed to have a critique on. And you guys know what we're talking about when we say that, because as all of the, and let's be clear, Trump's initial point wasn't to win over all the mainstream media outlets. His point was to win over his base, what's left of his base. And that part actually worked. You had a lot of these independent journalists, these Bongino types and all the rest that grabbed onto this story. And they said, yes, Trump's getting to the bottom of it. He's going to give us the truth about China. Our greatest enemy of all time now is China. So he got their attention. But we know that this is really what should be covered, right? Shouldn't all the networks be doing this? It's beyond obvious that our nation is controlled by China. Now, this is obviously a spoof on the real country that should be instead of China. We are merging our military with China, right? We send China billions of American tax dollars, right? We fight China's battles for them in Asia, right? China spends billions influencing our elections, right? Trump surrounds himself with people who are openly pro-China, right? We are an occupied country. Well, that part's right, but I think you got the wrong country in the words here. And I think we all know what that one really is. But that's not the one they're going to be covering at all. So anyways, at the end of the day, yes, Trump did not get the backing he was hoping for from the already corrupt networks other than Fox News. And he was forced to have to backpedal on this pretty big claim that he made.
Mr. President, are you planning on putting any pressure or consequences on China for what you announced about them meddling in the 2020 election?
Well, we're going to talk to them about it. It took place a long time ago. I think China is maybe a little bit different today than it was then. But look,
it was a long time ago. Never mind. You guys, come on now. That 2020 election, who remembers that? I mean, come on, guys. How many of us were even alive back then? I was probably just crawling, just barely learning to walk back in 2020. Whole different time. So, yeah, no, it's not really a big concern. In other words, this little theater piece didn't quite have the impact I wanted it to. So we have to find another fake story to put together as I walk this one back.
they do things and we do things to them. I'll be honest. We do things to them too. It's not a one.
What? We do things. So the claims you just made about China just a week before this, meddling in our elections, we do that to them too? Huh. Now that's quite a claim. I'm sure he's going to have a big follow-up on that one.
One-way street. But we'll be talking to them. Yeah.
Mr. President.
We'll be talking to them about all the horrible things we do to each other, which is totally cool when we do it, obviously. So don't worry about it, guys. Never mind. We'll get back to you. We'll get back to you with the next scare once we get it together. But make no mistake, the FBI, the CIA director himself is telling us that China is our greatest enemy, more than Russia. So there's a pecking order right now to how we're going to package this to the American people. And Trump just failed on this one. This only got to some of his base. That the only ones that really took this to heart were just some of his little bit of his base did. That's about it. So they're going to have to try something new. But this is what we are getting directly from our CIA director telling us that they are our greatest enemy, and we have to, and in the sense that we have to beat them with technology, which we can't, by the way.
Adversaries like Russia compete with us, other adversaries on the technological front, but China's different. We're the largest economy in the world. China's the second largest. Russia's economy is about the size of my home state of Texas. So they have to choose where they're going to compete, where China competes with us across the board.
There it is. John Rathcliffe telling us that this is the battle. Expect more. Basically, expect more of this spin game of manufacturing consent from whatever audience you're in, whatever is your preference news station, Fox, NBC, CBS. They're all owned by the same psychopaths. So just so you know that But they're getting that next one ready for you soon. Don't worry about it, guys. But Trump's been very good at his base. Communism's the worst thing right now. It's taking over the Democratic Party. China's infected all of our elections. But it's all good because we do the same to them, and it's all good. We kind of high five about it. It's totally cool, man. And this has been a Real Fake News update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Okay. We are moving on, guys, to we got a big story for you that we obviously could not cover last couple days because we haven't been here. But make no mistake, guys, this is why this is our headliner. This is our headliner story. So let me just make sure we are set up for this one. We can get right into it. Yeah, we got this big one for you guys right now. Just trying to multitask here. I think we got this one set. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. And we are talking about, just so you guys know, we're talking about the World Cup here. World Cup story. If you guys aren't soccer fans, don't worry about it. This ain't a sports story, if you know what I mean. It's all politics, guys. It's all politics. Happens to be taking place on a soccer field, right? Okay. I think we're ready to go on this one. All right. Boom, boom, boom. If you guys are just joining us now, you got here at a good time because we're going to be starting this. Shit, are we good on this? I just want to make sure all our connections are going good. Okay. There we go. Okay. All good, guys. Here we go. Time for the World Cup story. Let me put that on the banner here. And we'll get going right here. Well, whether you're sports fans or not, you probably have been at least made slightly aware that there's some problems going on in the response to the World Cup. And yes, it is rigged. It was a rigged World Cup, and the Zionists are absolutely furious after Argentina loses this. It was being handed to them in a bow, in a nice package, a silver platter present. It was being handed to them. The entire tournament was rigged for Argentina. Why Argentina? Because that's where Netanyahu and the Israel psychopath IDFs have been plotting their next land grab. And we know this because we've been covering it this entire last year. The alignment with President Milei, undoing legislation in Argentina to allow a foreign entity like Israel to purchase land after a natural disaster, which we know was caused by man-made fires caused by IDF soldiers. I kid you not. So I'm just playing catch up for you guys. If you missed that whole thing, all that happened. This World Cup was like I said, a silver platter being handed directly as a thank you to Argentina from Israel for everything they've done to go along with this, what I guess some are calling a potential Nakba 2, which is in the works right now. IDF soldiers need a place to go. They need a place to relocate after all their pain and suffering from all their trauma of all the babies they've murdered. They need a new place to go. And that's going to be Argentina, the south part at least, and into other neighboring countries as well, which we've also covered on the show. Latin America has been waking up. All that includes South America, Central America. We've been waking up here. Europe understands this. And the only way to stop Argentina symbolically on the soccer field was that another team, and it happened to be Spain. Spain stepped up and won this thing. And this is the first speech given, and this is why this is so important. This is a speech given by the foreign minister of Iran, because Iran was also paying attention to this game. They were also involved. Here we go. So I'm going to read this because it's not subtitled. Okay, here we go. So he's saying, congratulations to Spain's national football team. This edition of the World Cup can be regarded as the most political sporting event in history. Its political nature was evident from the discriminatory treatment of Iran's national team all the way through the final moments of the tournament. For the people of Iran, who associate true championship with chivalry, honor, and standing against oppression, Spain's anti-aggression stance in recent months was highly valued. As a result, public opinion around the world genuinely hoped for Spain's victory. And that's absolutely true. And we saw this across the board. Let me show you some of the celebration. We'll start with Palestine, because Palestine was paying attention to this historic event. And they're embracing the fact that Spain did something that no other country seemed to be able to do. Every single team that Argentina played, FIFA was rigged against them to win. Every single game. We watched intently. We saw them do it to Egypt. We saw them do it to Switzerland. We saw Iran being sidelined out of the tournament, not even allowed to stay in the U.S., the place that was supposed to be hosting them, treating them literally like terrorists and keeping them in Mexico. Guess who was paying attention to this also? Was Mexico. And if you listen to any Western media outlets, they were going to tell you that Mexico wanted Argentina to win. Well, guess what? We know better. We were there. We were in Mexico for the World Cup. And I can tell you the scene in Mexico was not sad. Oh, Argentina lost. No, they were happy as hell because they also recognize that countries are being invaded and infiltrated and land grabbed and ethnic cleansed, and that Argentina is just as guilty, if not more so, than Israel, because they're doing it a little more incognito because they can disassociate when necessary. Mexico gets that, and that's why their celebration looked like this. So how did the host of the tournament choose to celebrate? Well, this part is pretty funny because, as you guys know, Trump has been against Spain the entire way, clearly. So he shows up, and we know there's kind of a Trump curse when it comes to sports. Every game that Trump shows up to, the team that he's there to root against always seems to win. It happens over and over. The most recent one we can think of, even though the New York Knicks won the NBA Finals, the one game that Trump went to in New York was the only one that New York Knicks lost. So there's a Trump curse. And so when he showed up to this World Cup in New York, what happened was, when it was clear that Spain was going to win. And why did Spain win, by the way? Spain won because Argentina did not take the opportunities of all the cheating. There were 2 goals taken away from Spain during this whole proceedings. They got one they couldn't take away, and that ended up being the final score because Argentina didn't do anything. So even when it's being handed to you, you still have to do something. You can't just take the championship. Well, that's what Argentina thought they were going to do, and it didn't work. And so here you go. As expected, Trump refused to get out of the frame when Spain did the traditional World Cup trophy lift. So he rushes down onto the field. You guys are going to love this. It's hilarious. And the FIFA president says, maybe you shouldn't be. It's bad optics that you stand in this picture. You've been hanging with all the Zionists. You've been hanging with all the, all the Israeli, colonizers. I think that this would be a kind of a bad look for you to all of a sudden pretend that you were with Spain the whole time. So this is the actual scene where he was being asked, could you, hey man, could you step out? Could you please step out of the way? Step out of the way, sir. Pretty hilarious.
In 2026, the champions of the world are Spain. Viva España! The best team has won it.
I mean, it's a pretty bad look. And if you look at the players, they just ignored him. They don't care. They're over it. And I think that's pretty cool of them not to even look twice. He doesn't affect them. They're over it. And they're just having the moment, which is well deserved. Trump was asked about his support for Spain after the match. It's pretty funny. Here it is.
Talk to the Prime Minister of Spain as well.
I did. I spoke to Spain, and I congratulated them on having a great team. I really spoke to a lot of people.
You had tensions with Spain before.
No, I have no tension. I have no tension with anybody.
Really? Yeah, I spoke to them. I spoke to a lot of people. I can't remember all the people I spoke to. But yeah, no, we're good. I'm good with Spain. Never mind that just a few weeks ago, I said this about them.
I didn't speak to Spain. Spain is a wasted cause. We don't want to do any trade business with Spain anymore, by the way. I'd like you to cut it out. Spain is a terrible partner in NATO. They don't participate. They don't pay. I don't want anything to do with Spain. Cut off all trade with Spain, please, including visits. Okay, we don't want anything to do. Watch them come running back. Oh, they'll come running back. They treat this man terribly, and this man's a good man too, great man. They're lucky they have him. But Spain doesn't agree to anything, and you shouldn't carry him. I mean, you sort of automatically carry because you're protecting an area, so they're there. So they probably figure they have to protect us, right? But we don't have to. We don't have to trade with them. I don't want to do any more trade with them. All right? Sure. Take it immediately. Don't even talk to them. They're hopeless. Bad people, because they have everybody else going and paying and working in Spain. In particular, Spain. There are a couple of others, but in particular, Spain. They're open about it. They're hostile about it. And let's see how hostile they remain when they call up and they, please, we want to trade with you, sir. We want to trade with you, sir. They make so much money with us, and we're going to see that they make a lot less. I want no business with them.
Isn't that's getting a little annoying by now, right? This just, I mean, this is like, whose line is it anyways? We've compared him to this before, where he just runs his mouth like he's in an improv scene. Like, oh, and then they said this, and I said that, and they said, oh, please, no, don't cut our trade. That's not Spain. They're not begging with Trump with anything. This is a country, as the foreign minister of Iran mentioned, this is a country who's demonstrated in the last few months, particularly in the last few months, how to have courage, how to stand up against the empire. And they've been doing this consistently when it comes to the flotilla strikes, getting in the street, the protesting from the workers who actually cut off supply chain to Israel. They actually did the thing. They didn't just show up with the flags. And by the way, they've had some awesome banners too. We've seen the aerial shots of Spain saying destroy Israel. And they did that just recently. And so these are the courageous moments that we champion. And I think these other countries are also championing that Spain, even though they have a dark past, a lot of countries have a dark past, but what they've been doing has been consistent. And for Trump to babble about, oh, they're begging us about trade. No, they're not. They know what sacrifice looks like. They know when workers say, no, we're going to actually impact you negatively for committing genocide. And we're willing to take the hit for that. So that's something that you're not going to be able to maneuver your way out of. So Trump showing up to the stage, look, and it's kind of funny, but it does show you that this is a guy that doesn't have principle. He's not, I don't even think he's a real Zionist. I think he's an opportunist. I think he takes the paycheck. I think he takes the Adelson money because it benefits him. He does all of the illegal stock maneuvers for all of his family to benefit. It's all about financial gain. That's all it really. I don't see him with any like I'm a true Zionist like the other people around him are real Zionists. I think he's complete fraud. Willing to go and take a picture with Spain, the country he just belittled, and he went there to celebrate Argentina. So again, back to the Argentina supposed to win this game. It was rigged. The fireworks were set in advance as blue and white. This is just one of many indications. Look, we have countless conversations about this. We've had public displays of Netanyahu, the vice president of Argentina, the president of FIFA, all colluding and saying we're going to bring the championship to Argentina. All they had to do was show up. And you know what? They didn't show up. That was the problem. The problem is even when you're cheating, you got to know how to cheat right. And they didn't do it right. They could not even put a goal into the vicinity of the, where they needed to kick the ball. The Spain goalie was basically lounging in a chair the whole game because he had nothing to do. He had nothing to do because there was nothing to defend. These guys were so bad. And again, they had this thing handed to them. So here's how a team with no courage and principle and just any sort of honor, they have zero of these things. This is how they behaved once the final clock struck end of the game. And this wasn't aired on many of the networks that were airing this. This is the only one we could find where the commentators responded to the horrible behavior, the absolutely disgusting behavior of the Argentinian players. This is the only clip we could find. The rest of them cut to commercial. They didn't play it. So if you were just watching the live feed, you didn't see this.
And we're seeing these replayed for the first time, so you can see the reactions from some of the Argentina players. Not great to see.
Yeah, but it doesn't surprise you. It doesn't surprise me. I think we've seen this with Argentina before, and it's just not the reaction you want.
We've seen this with Argentina before. Good coverage. This isn't a fluke incident. This isn't just it was just a one bad off moment. This is how they behave. Look at what they're doing. They just lost and they want to go assault the other team's players. This is how they behave. These psychopaths.
We've seen some of the reaction after knocking England out in the last round as well, and I think Edson Fernandez has got what he deserves as well. So it's disappointing, but that's just sad. If you lose a game of football, be graceful.
Yeah, it's sad is undercutting how disgusting that actually is. Now the word is, well, FIFA has to look into it, don't they? I guess they have to look into it. FIFA will investigate themselves because we know how that works. FIFA will investigate Argentina for brawl after World Cup final loss to Spain. So people did end up seeing this after the fact. They could, just because they didn't play it live on most of the networks, people ended up seeing this, and that's what social media is for people to share. And we saw a lot of people with their own private videos of this happening in real time. And so they have to now go through the motions of investigating. But make no mistake, there's not going to be any ramifications for Argentina. And there's also not going to be any ramifications for the fans' behavior. And this is the kind of stuff we saw going on back in Argentina when the shocking news happened that they didn't get this silver platter handed to them. They couldn't bring it home. Yeah, there's been a lot of these incidences. Even the scene outside of New York where this game took place, where the match took place, they just left it a complete pathetic, just destruction wherever they went. And it's hard to tell the difference between these Zionist Argentinians and the Israelis. They start to behave in the similar fashion of entitlement, superiority, victimhood, trying to spin this story somehow that like they were robbed somehow. Meanwhile, this greatest player, and again, you guys don't have to be sports fans to understand how disgusting this thing is. And you might have heard of Messi. You might not even been paying attention. You might not even care. You might have heard Messi is this. He's the guy, right? He's the world, the greatest player. Even the greatest player couldn't pretend for a moment that he had any grace, because the guy is a disgusting Zionist pig. That's what he is. And this is what he did near the end of the game. One of the Spain players went up to Messi to explain to him that his mouth was injured from a previous foul that wasn't called. And this is what we're talking about on the cheating part from FIFA, is they let Argentina get away with everything. Any little thing the other teams do, whether it was Spain in this match, whether it was Switzerland in the previous match, or Egypt before that, they will one-side this every time. So this player said my mouth was pointing to his mouth, saying it was injured, but Messi took the opportunity on purpose to lie about what was happening and report to the referee that the player was covering his mouth, which is actually a violation. You're not allowed to cover your mouth and talk, because it means that you're covering your lips so you can say horrible things and not be caught. So that you're not allowed to do this, right? But this guy was just touching his mouth as an indication of an injury on his mouth. And so this type of behavior, it might not seem like much now because Messi ends up going home a sore loser, but this type of instinct to behave this way is worse than petty. It's sinister, diabolical, and disgusting. Here's a shot of it happening. Oh, got to find the clip. Here we go. And here is the clip. Let's see that again. So you can see the indication the guy makes. He's not talking under his mouth. And I got to tell you guys, just to sum this up, you guys know we've been covering this a little bit here and there. We've been watching what they did to Iran, what they did to Egypt. I mean, with the Egypt game, they literally killed an Egyptian activist in Palestine who is showing World Cup games to Palestinian children who lost their freaking homes and their parents and their schools and their hospitals. And he's just trying to set up a viewing of the World Cup. And Israel murdered him 3 minutes before the game started on purpose, not accidental. As an FU, we can do this. We can get away with this. And now your players are going to be all discombobulated for the game. This is the stuff that we have had enough of. And this game of soccer, which I never followed before really this year at all. And I wanted to understand it. Why is this such a amazing sport for most of the world? What is the thing? Maybe it's not as boring as I thought. Maybe it's not as long and extended. Maybe it goes faster than I thought because the clock never stops. It keeps running. So I was giving it some, but none of that matters. All that matters is the thing is as corrupted as any sport's ever been. And it's kind of a tragedy. It's a tragedy that this has gone this way, because unless the world wakes up, there's nothing that's going to draw me back 4 years from now, unless there's some major renovations to this quote unquote sport. But it's a rigged operation. And all we can say is bravo to freaking Spain for toughing it out and fighting more than just on a soccer field. What they were fighting for was against empire, against horribleness, destruction, the worst of the Epstein class, billionaire class, psychopath, pedophile class. That's what they were fighting against. And they won. They found a way to win. And that's inspiring as it is. So sports fans or not, just wanted you guys to appreciate that this moment is worth a little bit of a celebration before we get back to the hard stuff, because we still got to stop them from the total takeover of the entire planet. That's still a thing. So we got to get back to that. But in this moment, let's just give Spain the credit they deserve. They pulled it off. If not in a symbolic way, it was something worth applauding. Okay. Let's go and do this because I got a couple more stories for you before we're going to be bringing in Jay Scott here. I think at the top of yes, we're going to be bringing him at the top of the hour. So I got a couple more. Oh shit. They just cut our Facebook feed. Look at that. Those bastards. That's funny. That's funny. Cause I got a Zuckerberg story for you guys. Oh, God damn it. They cut our Facebook feed. Those sons of, I thought we would maybe try and get to the, okay. We're going to do the Zuckerberg story later. We're going to do it next. Actually, we're going to do it next. We have two stories for you before Jay comes in. Got an Israel story and a HOLLYWOKE for you. We're going to set both those up right now. So let's enjoy this little clip show. We'll be back here in about 3 or 4 minutes with you guys for This Week in HOLLYWOKE and a Israel awful story. Oh God, this is a horrible one. We got 2 stories for you, and then we're going to come back with Jay Scott. We got a bunch more coming up for you guys. Don't go anywhere. Get the super chats, the Rumble rants. We appreciate all of it. We're going to do some talking back with you guys later in the show. This is a little clip show. Lindsey Graham greatest hits. That's always a fun one, guys. You love it. Little Lindsey Graham greatest hits. We'll see you back here in about 3 or 4. Don't go anywhere. It's the Homeless Left on Rumble, YouTube. I'm Matt Weinglass, a non-tribal approach to news. We'll see you back in a bit.
They're dying. It's the best money we've ever spent.
A word of warning. If America pulls the plug on Israel, God will pull the plug on us. We're killing all the right people and we're cutting your taxes.
The Ayatollah's not going to hurt you. He's dead. He should have been dead a long time ago.
Sinwar, your days are numbered, pal. We're not going to indict you. We're going to kill you. Whatever Israel needs, we need to give to them. We're in a religious war here. I am with Israel. Do whatever the hell you have to do to defend yourself. Level the place. All the anti-Semitites, to all the isolationists, I don't believe. Forget it. I'm not with you. I'm with Israel. I will be with Israel to our dying day.
Bottom line, is it worth losing the midterms if the result is a non-nuclear Iran?
It's worth losing my job. If I had to give my job up to make sure Iran would never have a nuclear weapon, I would do it.
Would you give up the House and the Senate?
I would give up politically the most important thing I can do with the job I've been given. So Trump has been tough on Iran, who is incredibly dangerous, but they're in a weakened state. And Putin, your turn is coming. You know, Donald Trump is the Scotty Scheffler of American politics and foreign diplomacy, and he's about to put a whooping on your ass. If you want a war with us, bring it on. We'll blow you off the friggin' map. I'm not worried about losing a war with Iran. When this regime goes down, we're going to have a new Mideast. We're going to make a ton of money. Nobody will threaten the Straits of Hormuz again. And they're going to do in Gaza what we did in Tokyo and Berlin. Take the place by force, then start over again, presenting a better future for the Palestinians, hopefully having the Arabs take over the West Bank and Gaza. But I think going forward, Christian, you're going to see a change in tactics, a full military effort by Israel to take Gaza down like we did in Tokyo and Berlin. So when we were faced with destruction as a nation after Pearl Harbor, fighting the Germans and the Japanese, we decided to end the war by bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki with nuclear weapons. That was the right decision. Give Israel the bombs they need to end the war they can't afford to lose and work with them to minimize casualties. Well, can I say this? Why is it okay for America to drop 2 nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki to end their existential threat war? Why was it okay for us to do that? I thought it was okay. To Israel, do whatever you have to do to survive as a Jewish state.
Okay. We're back, guys, with some more Homeless Left for you. Let's get the correct banners up here. And if you're just joining us, welcome. If you missed, some of the you missed the first hour or so, not a big deal. Actually, we can always get a little late start. So we've been on for about an hour and change here. And you can always go back and watch the live replay. We keep our lives up. I know a lot of the other networks like to take down the Rumble or whatnot. We keep it up on YouTube and on Rumble. We want you guys to know all of our lives are available. All 202. This is our 202nd episode. They're all up on our Rumble channel every single minute. We figure we've done about 1,000 hours for you guys in 200 and something episodes, because we do about 4 or 5 hour shows. So somewhere, maybe that's over guessing it, but we stand behind all of our content, all of it. We evolve our opinions when new information becomes available, and that's fine. But we don't cower and take stuff down and pretend we never had a thought on something. Not at all. So there's nothing that people can hold against us. Nothing that nobody can. There's nothing they can do. Nothing you can do. So you can't screen grab anything you want to screen grab on my Twitter, on anything with Homeless Left. The best you're going to do is, Matt's opinion was not as evolved back then. And I'll be like, yeah, that's true. And then I'll walk you through why. That's it. So that's the thing. So let's all have so what's the difference of that? What is the difference of saying my opinion's evolved? Let me walk you through it. And, I don't want anyone to see that. I'm embarrassed. I'm going to take it down. What's the difference? Well, the things that we want to take down are things that we are shy about, not because our opinions changed, but because we were a piece of shit asshole attacking the wrong person and looking like a dumbass when we did it. That's why. So when we have different opinions, that's okay. Just always be principled on how you present. That's it. If you can do that without punching down at people, whatever name people call each other, like let's just be mindful of that's the difference. That's a difference of 10 years from now. Do you stand behind something you said 10 years ago? Well, my opinions changed, but I still stand behind where I was 10 years ago because I'm not embarrassed. I'm not humiliated about how I presented, because I also presented that opinion in a graceful way, in a professional way. That's it. That's all. And that's all. If we can do that, you don't have to ever worry about somebody, I'm going to find that thing and you're going to be sorry. No, go for it. Screen grab whatever you want, and I'll be happy to explain. Yes, I'll tell you right here. I used to work for the Democratic Party. I worked 20 years. I knocked on thousands of doors to tell people that the other side were the bad guys and we were the good guys, and that they were the ones that did horrible things, but we didn't. We knew enough what horrible things look like, so we wanted to tell people what those horrible things were. Little did I know at the time, the reason the Democratic Party knew so much about horrible things that the Republicans were doing was because they were doing the same stuff. And that's why they had such a knowledge about it. They're such experts, right? We could explain voter suppression. We could explain confusing voters with propaganda. We could explain these little baits and switches and how money's actually funneled through the party, and yeah, all the capturing of media. We could explain that because we were doing it too. And I say we reluctantly because I did consider myself we at the time. I don't anymore. So there's an evolution to that, and I know you guys will appreciate that when you have gone through your evolutions. What was your breaking point? Let's remember, what was our breaking point? What was it? For me, it was being yelled at in 2016 by other Bernie supporters who told us to shut up. People like Sarah Silverman, who said, quit your crying, shut the F up, and get behind Hillary. And if you don't, you're a sexist. That for me was the final straw, not the first straw, just the final straw. And then there were many more straws after that when we realized that Bernie was also a figment of theater and not real himself. And that's why he didn't do anything at the time to push back at that. He got right in line because that was his job was to do. And he did it again 4 years later. You guys know that story. But anyways, what was your breaking point? And can you be okay with the fact that before your breaking point, you had different views? And that's okay. It should be okay as long as you didn't attack anyone, act like a piece of shit, do something that later can be used against you. So just keep that in mind with any of your behavior, any of our behavior moving forward. And I hope our opinions evolve even more. I hope we discover even more things that we didn't know right now. But as long as we keep consistent with how we present those ideas, we got nothing to cower to. We can be proud of the whole thing. I guarantee you, if you can tell your story the way I'm telling mine right now, you will inspire others to have the courage to break. It takes courage to break. It takes courage to say, F that. I ain't doing that. You had me up to here and now you don't. That takes some courage. So be able to tell your story with confidence. Don't hide behind past tweets or anything horrible. Hopefully you guys didn't do any of that. Hopefully not. That's all. So let's get on with some more show. I told you earlier, we have 2 stories to get to. Yes, we do. Oh, let's do a couple. I do have a couple super chats. Here's from Leora W. 6 gems. Chill. Oh, I like this. This is a little with the little present. I guess that's a little YouTube. I got another one too. Thank you for that. Another one from Donald Duck's mom. 2 gems, silver star. Okay, so these are little options on. I love it. Little options on YouTube. We appreciate all the different creative ways you guys can show your support. So thank you so much. And they all show up here on our stream on StreamYard. Citizen, here you go, man. I got you right here. I'm seeing that. I think this one just appeared now. I don't know if this is one you did earlier, but let me just put it up right now. Messi's a minion. Minions equal chosen. Movie proves the 7 secret societies use chosen to run the world. Chosen are so dumb they end up vanquished villains. They serve. And I think you move on from there, but that's great. Thank you so much. And I like how you squeeze in as many words as you can, because I know they give you a limited amount. So appreciate it. Thanks for the super chat as always, Citizen. I think you might have had one from earlier and it might have been erased when we got bumped off of StreamYard, which was a weird thing. And you guys know we've also been bumped. We also got bumped off of Facebook earlier in the middle of the stream. I don't know what the hell's going on there. I don't know what's going on there on Facebook, but I'm a little disappointed because we're right now hold on to your seats, guys. We're going to give you guys a little Zuckerberg story here. It's actually about we call it HOLLYWOKE, This Week in HOLLYWOKE, but this is about the CIA machine that funnels their manufacturing of consent into our films. And Zuckerberg has been part of that. So we're going to get to the Zuckerberg part, but it's kind of a cool story. So let's just dive right into it. And you know what? If you were on Facebook and you were trying to watch this, you're going to miss it. Oh, well, but we're going to go on for the rest of you. Let's go ahead and get to it. It's we call this segment This Week in HOLLYWOKE. Here we go. It's time for This Week in HOLLYWOKE. Let's look at some familiar faces we know very well. They've been around this town for so long, and I get it. You know, sometimes they make a good movie. A lot of other times they're just kind of, packaged studio crap just so they can make a buck. You might like these guys, you might not, but everybody's heard of them. So let's just put them up on the screen here. Oops. We'll cut that one out. Okay. Let's get the right one. Here we go. So let's just put them up on the screen right now. You know who these guys are. That's Angelina. You got Jennifer Garner on the bottom. You got Affleck, and you got the CIA. The biggest CIA asset of all is Sean Penn. And if you guys notice, there is a connector in the middle that says it's the CIA. This is CIA. They use these actors in their movies to manufacture consent and push propaganda. And when I say CIA, we also mean Mossad, because it's kind of the same thing when you look close enough. So anytime we say CIA, we also mean Mossad. And anytime you hear somebody else say CIA that doesn't want to talk about the Mossad, just know they're also saying Mossad, even if they don't want to. Guys like RFK Jr., he loves saying CIA. He'll never say Mossad. But it's the same thing, just so you guys know. All right, well, let's look at this story, because we all know these actors. What is it? What have they been up to this whole time? Well, apparently, and this is an article from last year, and I just want to be clear on this. This is an ongoing story. We've been investigating this, but I just want to put some pieces together for you guys. So, U.S. filmmakers and movie stars have helped whitewash the image of U.S. spies for years, portraying them as heroes who sometimes have to resort to drastic measures for the greater good. Oh, I love it, guys. It's always for the greater good. So here's the list. So you guys recognize this. First one's Angelina. So she visited CIA headquarters for consulting to prepare for her role for SALT. That makes sense, right? If you guys heard of that one, saw it, maybe remember the trailer. Yep, that was 2010 spy thriller. Her activism around the globe, however, makes one wonder how exactly how deep her relationship with the CIA might run. And that's okay. We can have a contradictory relationship where you know that Angelina Jolie actually out of everyone on that list, I got to say, she's probably the least corrupt of that whole list. She actually has done some real activism, but in this case, she was brought into the CIA for consulting, so she prepared and could present the role the way they intended it to be. We root for the U.S. officer, the CIA officer. We root for that character because they're working for the greater good of humanity. No other spy in any other country is ever working for the greater good of humanity. Only U.S. spies are doing that, just to be absolutely clear. And then the other three, you got Jennifer Garner. She did the show Alias. I never watched the show, but the whole idea was she was playing a double agent. La 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 in 2004. Yeah, she starred in a short recruitment video. Holy shit. And I'm reading this for the first time. I cannot believe that she would agree to a recruitment video for a freaking agency of the Mossad and the CIA. Yep, she did. She did. Sean Penn, worst on this list by far. He's known for this interview that he did because he was an artist interviewing El Chapo, which was just a ploy where he was working for the CIA and they were able to arrest him shortly after the interview. That was Sean Penn's role, was to set up this fake interview and get him arrested. So he was literally working as a CIA agent, and he's done other horrible things like that. That's probably the most nefarious one. He's done CIA work when he did the humanitarian aid in Haiti. So we know he has a reputation there of funneling the Clinton Foundation child sex trafficking operation. That's Sean Penn. This latest film he did with DiCaprio, also a CIA film. So he's just one CIA project after another. But that's the one he's known for the most, is setting up El Chapo for the arrest as he's pretending to do art, right? Ben Affleck, now look, this guy, he's been pro-Palestine. He stand up to Bill Maher. He's done, but this Jack Ryan stint, not cool. And now Krasinski, you guys know the Office guy, John Krasinski, is now playing that role. Total CIA propaganda. I recommend never watching any of these films with Jack Ryan in the description or in the title. They're all shit, and they're all about elevating CIA narrative propaganda to manufacture war, consent for war by audiences that are completely unknown that that's happening. So CIA and filmmaking. So this is the part, and it's hard to have this conversation with family members and friends. They really want to believe that the movies are an escape. You're not supposed to be thinking about this stuff. And if you're talking about this stuff, you're a conspiracy theorist. So this goes back to Disney. There's claims that Disney himself cooperated with the CIA and added their anti-communist efforts during the Cold War. Of course, there's imagery all over Disney films about anti-communist, as Hitler was also a Nazi on top of that, and his relationship with Henry Ford, all this stuff. In the 90s, there was a actual spy agency set up as a liaison office to woo Hollywood filmmakers and scriptwriters in order to influence the CIA's portrayal in their work. So if you were making a big film in the 90s, you were steered over to this agency to consult how your film was going to be presented. And of course, you were enticed by money and financing. And if you were a filmmaker that wanted your movie to be made, you would cooperate. That's how it works. Zero Dark 30, this is a big example, a complete dramatization of the manhunt of Osama bin Laden, designed to make you understand that the mission was to shoot and kill, and his body disappears in the water, and that's the end of the story. And we're rooting for these spies in this film to complete the mission. Complete bullshit that nobody asked questions about why Osama bin Laden wasn't ever put on trial. That's weird, right? Why would we not want a trial against the guy that we said preemptively, that we decided before a trial that he was already guilty of something, and we didn't want to do so there you go. There's the film on that manufactures our consent of the good guy story, taking down the bad guy by any means necessary for the greater good. So this is the Tom Clancy character is another. This is another 90s character. This is the Harrison Ford, Clear and Pleasant Danger, Sum of All Fears. That's Tom Clancy's the writer. This is the same. I think the same character. It's the Jack Ryan character. This character's been around even before Ben Affleck, right? So you got Harrison Ford doing it. Now you got Krasinski doing it. It's the same shit over and over again. Tom Clancy writing these novels on behalf of the CIA, and then Hollywood making films after each one. Homeland is also really, really bad. Really, really bad depiction of how the worst possible threat we have in the Middle East are Palestinian terrorists. I kid you not. That's the one you have to be worried about, is Palestine. They have all the rockets and the terror and the suicide missions. It's absolutely disgusting. If you ever watched Homeland, absolute garbage. And then we get to Mission Impossible. This one, you might think of as total fantasy, total sci-fi because of all the technology associated. But you guys know it's not. Every technology depicted in every single Mission Impossible, from the very first one, which is from 1996, that's this poster, and everyone since, all 7 of those films, or it might be an 8th one, I don't know. all of the technology they feature in it, it's supposed to be considered high tech and futuristic and not real. All of that tech exists, and they're demonstrating it being used in a fun, cool way. So you understand, this is why when you get a real CIA director, I'm sorry, an ex-CIA agent, there's an ex-CIA agent. You might recognize this woman because she was very famous in the 80s for outly showing her, demonstrating this tech, which she did on the Oprah Winfrey Show. She also did it directly to George H.W. Bush. She brought this mask technology and demonstrated how good it was. And this is how you get reactions like you get from these reporters who seem so freaking giddy and happy to hear about this without any critical thinking skills at all. Watch these newscasters react to the CIA, ex-CIA agent telling you how awful this horrible technology that we can destroy people's lives and do the most horrible shit with, and they don't seem to understand that part at all. To them, it's as cool as Tom Cruise is in Mission Impossible.
Off that mask. Is there any kind of technology that achieves that in the real world of intelligence?
Well, the movies have a lot of options that real life does not offer to you. But the idea of a mask that you could quickly put on, quickly take off, was very real, and something that we used with some discretion, but we used it when we needed it and got great results.
Did I read that you had a mask that made you look like an African-American man? Is that right?
That was probably the first one that I took public. That means within the CIA. I briefed some directors and told them we had this capability.
So to be clear, this is the former chief of the CIA directly engaging in this tech fake out of our actual sitting president at the time. That's what she did. And you can see she's got no humorous bone in her body. She's not smiling. She's telling you exactly what's going on. And watch how giddy these reporters are. They're just loving it. Oh my God, it's like we're living in a Mission Impossible. Ooh, and it's not a strike on them. Well, as newscasters, yeah, as journalists, it's a strike on them as journalists. But as regular people going to the movies, this is the result you get from Hollywood being captured with this shit, is that your brain automatically believes that this is a cool Tom Cruise experience that you're having in real life. There's nothing cool about this at all. There's nothing to smile about. And she's not smiling. There's a reason she's not smiling.
We were looking to be able to change your gender and your ethnicity, and even perhaps create a twin if we needed that.
Hold on. So in your estimation, how lifelike realistic are the masks? If you were in the room with this person wearing the mask, would you notice that it's a mask?
You would not notice unless you told a really hysterical joke and the person couldn't laugh hysterically. It had limits. It could smile, couldn't laugh hysterically.
Guarantee you they fixed that problem by now. Now it can laugh hysterically. So we fixed that one. But back then, it had limitations. It's a work in progress. Work in progress. It always is.
I know. I wore those masks in a couple of pretty tight situations, and no one knew until I announced it.
Jonna, is it right that you wore that in front of George H.W. Bush, and could he tell?
I did wear it. Brent Scowcroft was in the room, Bob Gates, John Sununu, Judge Webster.
They're laughing. They think this is funny. Wow. Are you effing kidding? Oh my God, this makes me more angry each time I watch this. It's because this is horror. They think they're doing journalism. They think they have a fun conversation with a fun guest. Again, she's not being fun. She's telling you how bad this is with a straight face. And they're laughing and giggling. Ha ha, you faked out our president? Ha 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 ha. Wow. Wow. No thought of how dangerous this shit is. Why are you doing it? Oh, you're doing it just for fun? The CIA and Mossad, they just like having fun? That's what this is. It's for April Fool's jokes, guys. April Fools. We got ya. Ha ha ha. What kind of track record does the CIA and Mossad have with having fun? Never. Let's score it. Let's score. How many incidences that are paid for, that are financed operations, Mission Impossible operations, how many of them are for fun? Zero. All the rest are to do some horrible shit. Every one of them. So if you're going to test your horrible shit, this is what the test looks like. If I'm a journalist interviewing this person, I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing at all.
No one, Judge Webster knew because he was head of the CIA at the time. No one else had any idea until I took it off.
No idea. I had no idea.
So you did it just to show them that this was possible, is that right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, not for any other reason. Just for fun. You did it for fun, right? Fun? Okay, got it. Cool.
I wanted the president. I wanted the president to see that we had taken disguise to a really dramatically new level.
Did you take one home as a souvenir? Are you in that? Is that you? Are you in there? Is that you in the mask?
This is just me, and in the image, yeah, that's me.
What?
Taken off my head.
What?
And John Sununu had not been listening. He'd been working on his own notes, so he just glanced up when I did that, and he let out this funny little noise, like not a shriek. Somewhere between a shriek and a squeak.
So full disclosure, on our call about today's show yesterday, I had to do kid pickup at the same time. I missed this briefing, and nothing has prepared me for what we're talking about right now. And this is
nothing has prepared me for the laughing I was going to engage in. This how much fun. I'm having so much fun. I couldn't even prepare for the fun. How about tell your audience I was not prepared for how diabolically sick and disgusting people with power and you, ma'am, who are now not in power, are willing to come on a live broadcast and admit your horrible shit that you try out on our president so you can go fuck over someone else somewhere else. That's the thing I wasn't prepared for. Oh no, I'm sorry. It was the laugh riot. That's the thing I had to drop my kid off. And now I'm just, oh my God, I didn't know I was going to have so much fun today. Well, go on.
really quite mind-blowing.
So I read that the mask had to be something you could put on in 10 seconds or take off, and you didn't need a mirror as well.
Wow.
But you could put it on in a parking garage without a mirror in the dark.
Jonna.
Yep. And again, this is a strike against them as journalists, but as just regular American citizens, it's totally understandable. This is the power of Hollywood. We get wired this way. It's cool. We root for the spy. We root for the US spy. And that's why these actors are partaking in this. So let's look at now. Let's wrap this up, because I told you guys earlier Facebook was coming into play. And if you guys have seen our previous segments on HOLLYWOKE, you know that we have uncovered the movie The Social Network, 100% CIA operation. You guys remember that award-winning film from 2010? The Social Network pretended to be a story about rooting for the bad guy being just some asshole who wanted to get a girl's attention, and he fucked over his roommate. So it was Mark Zuckerberg being played by Jesse Eisenberg, his roommate or friend Andrew Garfield. And the story's about we're rooting for the bad guy as he, and the extent of his badness is that he's just an asshole. That's the extent of it. And that's on purpose. That they gave you a script of an asshole who was trying to impress a girl. That movie was 100% CIA op, designed to fabricate a story to us that Facebook, one of the biggest CIA operations of spyware that has been used against the American people and people around the world, has been used as a surveillance mechanism since its inception. It was given the exact same, the patent, the day that it went public was the exact same day the patent was transferred from a government spy operation, on the exact same day. Zuckerberg was handpicked, as all billionaires are. All billionaires are handpicked to be representative of government nefarious activities of these agencies like the CIA and the Mossad and the FBI and all the rest. That's what they are. They're not making the money because they were in the right place at the right time and they worked harder than the next guy and they were just an asshole and that's what got them rich. It's not what happened. So, following up on that 2010 hit, you guessed it, if you haven't heard, there's a sequel now and it's coming out apparently this October. Here's what we know about it. And I want you guys to be prepared because we didn't know this when it came out. When in 2010, we thought the story was fairly legit. It wasn't. So let me warn you. We're going to warn you guys about the next one, and you can tell all your friends. This is called The Social Reckoning. It's basically The Social Network 2. They had to recast Jesse Eisenberg as this actor, Jeremy Strong. You got this dude from that Showtime show. Ugh. Leslie and I watched that. It was good until it wasn't. I can't even remember that show. Shameless. And then this other chick in the film is playing a reporter. And so they're telling us that this film is based on, well, let's look at the plot. So you guys know why they're doing a follow-up. Why and Aaron Sorkin, same writer, is going to repackage the second half of the Facebook story and the effect Facebook has had being a spy company for the CIA. And obviously, don't get excited. He ain't exposing anything. He's going to tell you a fake story yet again of how Facebook has corrupted us, not the way it actually did. So this is the plot. The film will dramatize the real world reporting known as the Facebook Files, which were published by the Wall Street Journal, which was by the way, it was a fake story at the time. Frances Hung, it was a young engineer at Facebook. She aligns with this, and that actor, Jeremy Allen White, is playing the reporter from Wall Street Journal. Jeff Horowitz. They collude to leak internal documents, picky choosy about it, to present to the world of what that the leaks brought. And this obviously was a global story at the time, and how this network knowingly amplified political misinformation and failed to mitigate negative mental health aspects on teenage users. None of that is true. Facebook was intentionally being given misinformation from top down. Zuckerberg has told us that on Joe Rogan. He says, I'm quoting him, I'm a matter of semantics. He said in a matter of words, he said on Rogan that he had monthly meetings with CIA agents that would sit him down and tell him what accounts to amplify and which ones to silence. That's what he was instructed to do. He did not do this on his own. He was given top-down instructions. So the Wall Street Journal, their job is to pretend they're getting to the bottom of the story and get to the real juice, where what they're really doing is protecting the powerful billionaire class that is controlled by the government, the collusion of corporatism, which is it's the collusion of corporate and government together, the corporatists. And so these three-letter agencies are being protected by a story like this on purpose. So what did Jesse Eisenberg think about this? Well, he's turning down the role. I wonder if it's because he realizes that this is a bullshit story and it's not real. Well, no, hate to disappoint you. That ain't the type of activism Jesse Eisenberg is taking on. It's the opposite. He's saying that he's moving on in a different direction in his life. And then he goes on to say that he just doesn't like the guy. That's why. That's why he didn't reprise his role. Because he doesn't like the guy. He has nothing else to say about it. I don't like it. It's hard to get into the character. I don't like him. Do you have anything else to say about it? Maybe this story isn't fully getting to the bottom of the real story of the corruption of Facebook, and that its intention is to corrupt young minds. That's the point. It's not. They're not going to be held. He's not being held accountable for that. That's a top-down. That's how the spy entity works. The surveillance state works. It numbs us all out on purpose through this platform. He was hand selected to be this guy, and Jesse Eisenberg just didn't look into it enough. And now fast forward was this 15 years later, he's got nothing to say about it except I don't want to do that anymore. You can go ahead and use Jeremy Strong. So we're telling you guys this because you need to know that this is the next thing. So we know the mechanism of theater, right? We know the mechanism of manufacturing consent. So when this movie, you're going to start seeing more trailers and stuff about it. Although I heard it had to do with some reshoots, so it might be delayed. Actually, they're doing some reshoots. Might not even be a good film, and that'd be funny actually if it wasn't even a good film, which is good. That means less people will see it. But this is, make no mistake, this is a weapon of the CIA. Hollywood is used this way. We call it HOLLYWOKE because they distract us with other issues that aren't important. We really don't give a shit about racial diversity in casting. We don't give a shit about, oh, we've had too many straight people stories. We need more gay ones. It's like those are the distractions. That's the conflict they contrive. Meanwhile, they're funneling their narratives through these films, and they've been doing it the entire way. And we're calling out now here on This Week in HOLLYWOKE. Okay. I think we can do this. Let's do this other one real quick. Let's do this other one real quick before Jay comes in. One more story here. Actually, we did get a couple more super chats. Here we go. Super chat from Deep Green. I would consider Black Panther another CIA creation as an African country sharing tech and working with intelligence, while the Killmonger, the bad guy, was really right about how could decide with his oppressors over him. Interesting take. I mean, the whole Marvel apparatus, really, like it's all about coming to terms with it. You got to shape up, get with the program. There's a lot of for the greater good going on in there, and then they can trick us who to root for and then who not to. I think if I remember the Civil War Captain America, that one got a little bit more like you can kind of they're showing there are two sides. How you look at, applying principle to heroism. They kind of tapped into that. They had the infighting, but ultimately you come through the other end and you have to get with the program, right? You got to do the right thing and sign up for the greater good and sacrifice. That's the ultimate messaging in Marvel films, is sacrifice principle for the greater good. That's from those films. And they're all like that. But thank you for that super chat. And we'll go ahead. You know what we're going to do here? Let me just do this real quick. Actually, I have the story ready. We're going to get right to it. Here we go. All right, guys. You remember the good news from last week? We didn't get to report on it, but I wanted to share with you, for those who missed it, this is good news. So let's put it up on the screen. The U.S. Senate Democrats blocked the defense bill over Iran war, Israel integration. That was the bill within the NDAA that was merging the financials in the Pentagon, Israel and U.S. checkbook, basically. The same. So we merge the finances, we merge the spyware. It's all the same thing. If you sign up for the U.S. military, you're actually signing up for the IDF. It's the same thing. That's what we were hoping was stopped. And fortunately, the Senate votes 50-46. The Democrats blocked it. I am shocked that this happened. Now, not all of them did. There are some Democrats that voted not to block it. But ultimately, they're going to have to regroup now. So we consider it a mini win. It's important to celebrate. But know this shit ain't over. They are actively finding another way to maneuver our system to combine these two entities. So the ultimate goal that Netanyahu can then claim, and every Israeli official can claim, that they're not asking for our money anymore. That's what's going on here. So they're going to find another way to do it. They couldn't do it this time, but the battle is just getting started. And let me explain why this is happening now. Why didn't they do this before? The reason they didn't do this before is because they didn't have to, because there weren't enough people awake to this. There weren't enough people that there were people fighting over Medicare for all versus pull yourself up by your bootstraps. That was the discussion going on in 2020. You guys remember right before the lockdown, we were pushing Medicare for all. The Republicans saying, "Oh no, you gotta pay for healthcare." The whole time we were giving free healthcare to Israel, and a lot of people didn't know that. Now they do. So you can't keep giving them everything free. You can't keep writing checks for their genocide. You can't keep writing checks for ethnic cleansing, writing checks for free housing, writing checks for everything, and then having us be too stingy to afford Americans just a living wage and a living, just a decent life. We can't afford that because we have homelessness in every effing city. People can't live paycheck to paycheck anymore. No health care. People are dying of all of these. So we know that Israel knows times have changed. The way you get around this is you figure out how to fuck with the bucks, and then you can say, well, we don't want your money anymore, because they don't need our money. It's their money already. And then they can just write the check and skip the middleman. So they're going to continue to do that. Right now, here's what we're getting right now. We're getting speeches like this from the finance minister of Israel, who's admitting that the strategy of the U.S.-Iran war to go on, and we've seen this idea that this is going to go on for 19 or 20 years, it works in their interest. They don't have to participate. They can continue their ethnic cleansing of the West Bank, continue their ethnic cleansing of Lebanon and of Gaza, taking Gaza, because they're literally taking it, like annexing the entire thing, right? The entire strip, Gaza Strip. So this is him saying this. Here we go. The state of Israel has no interest in joining the conflict. The current situation in which there is a clearly defined conflict between Iran and the United States on the right one is the best for us. But remember that our overreaching objective in this conflict, which is not necessarily shared by the U.S., is to undermine and weaken the regime of the point of bringing it down. We cannot accept the existence of a regime that seeks the destruction of the state of Israel, says that so openly and taking steps towards that end, blah, 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 blah. Present to bring about the regime's downfall is to simply crush it economically. In this sense, the campaign and President Trump's renewal of the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is significant. Remember that Iran currently has an inflation of 85 cents, the food inflation exceeding 134 cents, total in just 4 months. Iranian rail currently 1.9 million rails to the dollar, while we're still in the shekels of the dollar that are 1.9 million rails, and the gap is widening. And they say, therefore, the current situation is favorable for us to not have interest to get involved ourselves. So America, keep fighting for us, keep fighting wars for us. We're not going to participate, but we don't mind this thing dragging out. And then we can keep justifying everything we're doing, right? So they love this going on. So that's being said right now. And I would pay attention to people like Joe Kent, who's telling us that even though this bill didn't go through, the block happened, which is great, this isn't enough. We can't just sit still. We have to do something and stop. Israel's got a plan here, and it might have to do with nukes. Israel's publicly distancing themselves from what they're calling our contained campaign. Notice the language their cabinet officials are using and what it implies. This is Israel publicly signaling that they want to expand the war, that when they do, they won't be coordinating that escalation with the U.S. It's worth noting that the phrasing of these public statements affords Trump plausible deniability when Israel escalates, if when. Well, they certainly looks like they might. We can say that. One might be wondering, how can Israel escalate without us when the catalyst for this disaster was that Israel needed U.S. military support? And then we go back to the question of, well, if they, how can they write the check themselves? How are they going to do that? Remember last week, Netanyahu was hinting against publicly hinting about the nuclear capability. Yes, they all love to throw out the nukes. Oh, we might have this fail-safe option. And of course, they don't officially confirm it, but we know it's there. And now it's being said in the last 24 hours that they're claiming that Iranians have moved their uranium to a heavily fortified Pickaxe Mountain, providing Israel with a justification for potentially using a nuclear weapon. Well, I if they're moving it to a place I don't know how that provides Israel with justification. I don't know how I don't know what he means by justification. How are you providing there's never a justification for nuclear weapons. Israel must be meaningfully restrained. Failing to do so means we are likely comfortable with allowing Israel to use a nuclear weapon, so long as we can claim that we have nothing to do with it. So maybe that's what this is about, is leveraging the fact that we're not aligned yet. Maybe that's the point. Maybe there's a reason that you can block the bill right now because it's better optics that Israel and U.S. look like that they are separated right now. Maybe that's it. There might be something to that. How were the Democrats allowed to vote for blocking this? How? Maybe this is why. It's the appearance that we're doing two separate things. But Joe Kent is saying we can't just let Israel do whatever we have to do something about this. Okay, so if you think the potential for a nuclear weapon seems far-fetched, play out the option for a military solution in Iran. We don't have enough troops to invade Iran. Duh. So using nuclear weapons becomes the next logical step. This would be catastrophic. Okay. And hopefully he's just overstating it. But I do think there's something to the optics of let's make it seem like we're just separated here. And I think that people might fall for that because this bill got blocked, that we are separate. Therefore, we don't really have to pay attention to what Netanyahu's doing right now, what Ben Gvir is doing right now. Well, we're going to pay attention. So Ben Gvir, the Nazi psychopath who controls the Israel police, and we know that the Israel police is also controls the U.S. police. So we're already intertwined there, right? All the New York cops, L.A. cops, Atlanta cops, New Jersey cops, New Orleans cops. They all take pecking orders and not just from Israel police, IDF. They also take pecking orders from the ADL too, how to present and conduct their policing, right? The mental preparation too, the psychological preparation. So Ben Gvir boasted about the tortures to which they subject Palestinians in their concentration camps, proudly saying that the Palestinians are so terrified that they piss themselves and cry just at the sight of them. This is quietly what an SS member would say last century upon seeing the prisoners in their extermination camps. And emphasize the word quietly. I do think, from what I've learned, the SS members would, I don't know. I don't know if they had Instagram at the time. And would they be filming themselves and doing selfies, or would they be understanding that wouldn't have good optics and they would keep it secret? I don't know, but we know what these people are doing. They're boasting about it out loud. It's pure evil. This genocide enjoys others' suffering. Here's that clip of Ben Gvir. Do I have it? Here we go. Ben Gvir clip. Okay. Here it is. I think I'm going to have to read this because the subtitles are not in English. So here's what he's saying. When we enter in Israel prisons, Palestinian prisons piss their pants. When they see us, they piss themselves out of fear. We enter the cell. This guy Marwan's, and he was crying in terror. I told the jailers to keep treating him just like that. Wow. He's loving this. This is absolute. And then he goes on from there. I mean, this guy, again, he's gloating. You want to see one more? You might have seen this one. This is him parading down the street saying Gaza is ours.
אומרים לפני 3 שנים שאנחנו נשלוט ב-70% משטחי רצועת עזה.
Let's play that one again. So he's saying,
אם היו אומרים
someone
לפני
had
3
said 3
שנים
years
שאנחנו
ago,
נשלוט
we
ב-70%
control 70% of the
ברצועת
Gaza
עזה, אף אחד לא היה מאמין. אז אני אומר היום, תהיה התיישבות יהודית.
There will be Jewish settlements throughout Gaza. We will encourage immigration. Send those who need to be sent back to their own countries. We will return. Gaza is ours. And look at this prideful psychopath just gloating out loud. So I gotta say, like, the eye is off the ball right now. I do have to say that we might have overdone it. And I say I don't mean us, because we just showed you guys. So we didn't have a chance to celebrate or over celebrate. But I do think a lot of people have over celebrated this Senate win, as if now that we're not technically merged on paper, we're good. No, we're not. The optics are that we are separated now. So we're going to focus on our problems, and Israel they're just going to focus on theirs, and we just won't interact. But that's part of the optics, is that we're separated. So we're not paying attention to this. So we're still aligned. That's the thing. We've always been aligned. They just couldn't legally be coming out of the same bank account. Now we still have to write checks. That's the only difference, is the check writing. We already share spy information. We already share all the Palantir information, all the different apps. We share all the Unit 8200. We share all of that. We also do the cop training. That's already, so all of it's already there. I just think the one thing is that the legally writing checks, we still have to write the check for their health care and their free housing and their bombs and their genocide tools. We still have to write the check, right? And date it. I say, here you go. That's it. So let's not keep our eye off the ball. We're not separated. We've been aligned the whole time. So now more than ever, we got to keep it. And I do think Joe Kent's right. He might be over exaggerating on the Israel's ready to use nukes, but you got to keep that on the table. It's there. We know it's there. And maybe that's why. I'll end with this. Maybe that's why we didn't fully do the let's share the checkbook bill. Maybe the block was allowed to happen because if we really, truly, on paper, legitimately started sharing everything, just like a husband and wife getting married, there's stuff that you would have to see that you didn't want to see before, or you couldn't see before. Those skeletons, those really dark skeletons, would be out in the open if you really aligned on that and you signed that paperwork, aligned for life, through sickness and through health, through death and more death do we part. More death and destruction do we part. And we would have access to the nukes and the information that we haven't had technically access to. Maybe that's why. So, mini win, but we got a long way to go. All right, let's move on, guys. I think we're ready to let's get right to it, guys. We've been having a good run here thus far, and I think we're ready to go ahead and bring in our co-host for today. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back to the show, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? Happy Tuesday, man. Nice work on the Jimmy Dore show yesterday. I caught pretty much all of that segment, man. You guys did a good job, covering AI. I know Jimmy Dore was on it before too, but obviously, we've been on it for a while. So you're almost going to be an AI expert, man. You know how much we're covering, AI over here on the Homeless Left. So yeah, nice work.
I appreciate it, Jay. I don't think of, I mean, when we have these discussions, and you obviously you bring it every time when we do the work, we do the research, we have the receipts, and so setting that, maybe we're getting spoiled with our own work that I don't consider it being expert. I just consider it getting ready for, like you would back in school, like getting ready for a test. Like, why wouldn't you study for it? Like, it doesn't make you an expert. It just makes you're ready to get an A. I think that's how So the fact that people can not be ready to get an A, that baffles me. If people haven't, like, people claim to be experts and they don't look into stuff, right? They are the health issues, right? We have experts going on TV all the time for the last 5-6 years, like deliberately not looking at stuff. I think that's weird, right? Because it reminds me of school, where, like, if you didn't prepare, you'd get an F, at best a D-. But, like, we're here to get A's, man. We're here to check the boxes so we can answer the questions when it's time to answer the questions.
Agreed. Well, the lines have been blurred between experts and propagandists now. And, now a lot of the people being paraded around as experts are actually paid propagandists. So, when it comes to the, political and economic impact of AI, I'm going to go ahead and venture out and say, if you're not an expert yet, you're approaching expert level status over there as an unpaid, honest analyst of where things could be going. So, yeah.
Yeah, man. Good assessment. And like for those that missed it, I think you could still watch the live on YouTube. I was on there. Oh shoot. Is it doing that thing? Am I on? It didn't click me off, did it?
No, you're good. No? Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was starting. I was uploading some files for our next segment, but I just let people know that they can go watch the live show from yesterday's Jimmy Dore if you want to see that in real time. Or we're waiting for the segments because they like to upload that. They like to upload the segments on Jimmy Dore, which I love because I think we take after that. I like that idea that you can have these segments available to share out with people, and you don't have to flip through an entire 2 to 5 hour show. In our case, 5 hours sometimes, but like that those segments exist on their own. So that's cool. They'll be. I hope they're up soon and people can check them out. The AI stuff you were mentioning. So yeah, really happy about it. And Garland did a great job as guest hosting the show, and we'll see. He's going to be doing it a couple more, and we'll see. There might be another opportunity to go back on again, and it's an ongoing relationship. We'll just keep it going, man. So that's appreciate it.
Yeah, no, good stuff, man. Keep it going. So
yeah, dude. And we gotta get you on as well, man. Some of these. You know what? I'm gonna get you on with Garland, dude. That would be. I know you've obviously he's been on with us. We've done a 3-way here, right? Yeah, we got to do that. We'll yeah. But these are all good. These are all great relationships. I've been complimenting Garland, just looking out and vouching, because it's a big deal to vouch. When you vouch for people, you're putting yourself on the line. You're saying this guy can do it, and so it goes a long way, and so I really am appreciative of that. For sure.
No, you're right, man. I mean, at the end of the day, there's so little good journalism out there and political commentary out there that, we got to support each other, man. So, love to hear it. But yeah, no, that would be amazing. I've been a fan of the Jimmy Dore show for a long time. Also, I've been following Garland Nixon too. So, good circles for sure.
Awesome. All right. Well, let's get into our first story. We're gonna hit some World War III watch, kind of transitioning from the last segment. I think we're all queued up, and don't worry, guys. If you're worried about us getting knocked off StreamYard, we already had the knockoff. It happened early, so they only do it to us like once an episode. So we already got through that, so we should be good the rest of the way today. Here we go. Just wanted to make sure we got the right stuff. Okay. Here we go. Let's get to the World War III watch. Here's the open. It's World War III watch. Let's just face it. It's already started. I'm Matt Weinglass here with co-host Jay Scott. Let's look at the timeline and how we got to where we are, and people are saying this ain't looking good, but we might be past the point of no return. We might have to just go all in and do it anyways, even though everything is looking like a U.S. ground invasion, whether it's inevitable or not. If it happens, it'll be the biggest massive fail I think we have seen in our entire lifetimes, and it's weird that we haven't pulled the plug on it yet. But let's look at what has transpired to get us there. Starting with this seemed like this big news, and again, we're talking about soldiers being killed. This is the consequence of the horrific actions we've taken since February in Iran. That we are losing soldiers. They're admitting the Pentagon identified 2 U.S. soldiers killed. We know that's been way more than that. They're trying to keep the number to like 10 or 12 or something right now. So they have admitted to 2. And these were young people. This was a 19-year-old Isabella Gonzalez killed on July 17th. Taylor James Freehan, 25, killed on July 18th. We got a picture of Isabella. I mean, it's tragic when you see this. This is the actual attack. I mean, you can just look at this. I mean, this girl, innocent. I mean, I don't say she's innocent, but the fact that she got, swept up in this to go fight a war for a foreign country, and her family's left here. Like, what do you get for this? You get nothing. And then, but what we get is we get more manufactured consent that we need to retaliate against this. And so this is why there's a lot of people on the Trump team saying this in and of itself is enough justification to go to the next stage, which is an all-out ground invasion. And it sounds awesome, right? Because we're doing the Mission Impossible. We got to go get them. Tom Cruise. It's the Top Gun. Ready for Top Gun 3, Jay. I want to be pumped for this very, very difficult mission, led by Tom Cruise and his gang and his son. Yep. Maybe his friend's son and the son of that son and the Miles. I forget all the characters, but I can't wait for this. Well, here's the thing. I want to get your take on this. This was I guess a simulation of why any sort of ground invasion in Iran is literally insane to do. So let's watch this little simulation and let's discuss this. Here it is.
That it is a gigantic task to launch a ground invasion in Iran, let's analyze. Iran's geography is a natural fortress. Encircled by towering mountain ranges, it naturally repels invaders. From the west, the Zagros Mountains run 1,600 kilometers along Iraq, with peaks over 4,000 meters and narrow passes that choke armor and expose convoys. This is the reason why during the 1980s Iran-Iraq War, Iraqi troops took Khorramshahr but stalled in Khuzestan foothills, trapped by terrain in an 8-year stalemate, costing over 1 million total casualties. To the north, the Alborz Mountains shield Tehran, abruptly climbing from the Caspian Sea's shores, funneling any assault into deadly choke points. Eastern borders with Afghanistan feature jagged uplands prone to flash floods. The interior? Vast, scorching deserts like Dasht-e-Kavir's salt flats and Dasht-e-Lut's 158-degree heat. Quicksand for vehicles is hell for troops. Southern coasts along the Persian Gulf lead straight into Zagros foothills, complicating amphibious landings. Spanning 1.65 million square kilometers, Iran's terrain would demand immense logistics. It also favors the decentralized Mosaic defense doctrine of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, ensuring local units continue fighting even if the capital falls. If anyone knows history, ground invasion of Iran isn't just tough, it's a strategic nightmare.
Jay, how accurate is this depiction? I know Alex Jones shared it out, and we always got to be a little tiny bit skeptical, but I know he just kind of rolls with his own rhythm of when to get upset and when not to. But this particular demonstration here, how accurate is this?
It's 100% accurate. And that's why, we haven't gone into Iran yet, because everyone knows it's pretty much impossible. So, my theory is if we do actually go into this, which it looks like we are, on the way to doing, it's not to win the war against Iran, because we're not going to do it. The only reason that we would be going, in launching a ground invasion of Iran is to try to degrade it as much as possible and to tank our own economy, because maybe the billionaire class wants to centralize power a little bit more and to force us into a CBDC like surveillance state system where they can control everything we do and everything we consume. And one way to do that is to make all of us poor. So logistically speaking, the video broke down exactly why this task is impossible. And if you look at our history of fighting these forever wars or these, long wars over the past couple decades, Vietnam, we lost. Iraq, supposedly we won. And then now they have a Shia government like in Iraq right now that's actually teaming up with Iran. So I would say we lost that too in the long run. Afghanistan, the Taliban are back in control. We lost that too. So at the end of the day, we don't have a winning record like trying to go on these missions. Ukraine, getting our ass beat all over the place in Ukraine. So it's like, if there's no record showing that we can accomplish this, if this is by far the toughest opponent we've ever gone up against, because Iran is multitudes stronger than every other war, every other government I named that we also lost to. Like, and in Vietnam, if you look at what happened, right? Before we invaded Vietnam, Lyndon B. Johnson, the president at the time, said, oh no, we're not going to put American boots on the ground. We'll let the Asians sort it out. We'll just support them in, attaining their own freedom. And then, we put boots on the ground. What's Trump saying right now? Well, he's looking for people on the ground in the Middle East, he says, like who can go do that. Well, there's only one country that's remotely capable of taking on Iran, and that would be Turkey. And Turkey is not going to do that because it would be a fight to the death for both of them. And they're both kind of allied in a way because not only are they both targets of Israel, at least that's what Israel openly says. I have my questions about how much they would actually target Turkey, but they openly say that Turkey and Iran are both their targets. And they both have large sections of their country that are being threatened by the Kurds. So they actually have similar interests in certain ways, and they coordinate. Like, a lot of people don't know, but Turkey actually helped Iran during the uprisings earlier this year, right? Because we tried to arm the Kurds. The Turks reached out to Iran and let them know, hey, we got some intelligence about what the Kurds are going to be doing over there. So there's no chance, in my opinion, that Turkey's going to take on Iran. So what's going to happen? We're being slow walked into another forever war, the most devastating, the most expensive, and the worst forever war that we've engaged in, this far. So
yeah. Well, the other countries that are apparently our allies, well, guess what? They're not dumb. They know this is a bad deal. And we're seeing that Al Jazeera is confirming that it's a massive humiliation for the Trump administration because U.S. allies are completely refusing to join a ground invasion of Iran, simply walking away. Even worse, the Pentagon depleted so many bombs, they literally cannot launch a massive assault. Even if the terrain that we saw, Iran is set up that way. Even if it wasn't so hard to get in, we don't even have the artillery to do anything. We are so depleted. It's not even funny. So no, we don't have those allies that would get on board 20 years ago, right? Like the coalition of the willing. That's not a thing anymore. It's not a thing. Here's the Al Jazeera report on this breaking news.
Foreign Minister says U.S. and Israel.
Oh, wrong clip. We'll edit that in post. Here's the Al Jazeera report.
Also some talk that the US is talking about allies to see if they could be involved in some sort of ground operation. That hasn't been a successful tactic that has been used throughout this war by the United States. Allies have simply walked away. But it's clear that the United States is giving the president options, that he can gear up this military operation, that he can consider what happens next. There's an issue with it as well, though, that the United States used a lot of armaments, a lot of bombs, a lot of weapons in the first part of this war. The supply chain hasn't quite caught up, so they're not quite in a place where they could launch a massive assault in Iran, but they could still do a lot of damage militarily.
Wow. So that is kind of embarrassing. It's a little humiliating, I'd have to say. So yeah, go ahead, Jay.
I don't know if you caught it, but even Israel said, don't call us. Like, their finance minister came out and made a statement yesterday saying they don't intend to join this round of the confrontation and they're going to let America handle this one. So it's like, if Israel even realizes this is a complete waste of time and they're not going to send their troops, like, we know who it's going to be. It's going to be American lives that have to be sacrificed, right? We all got to bleed. We all got to bleed for the empire. Now, I will say I still have a slight disagreement, just minor disagreement on the motivations behind it, because Israel, it's not in Israel's interest to be at war with Iran. It's not in Israel's interest to be at war with any of its neighbors. It could easily let Palestine have its own state and establish relations with them if they weren't being brainwashed into being genocidal maniacs. What destroying Iran and degrading Iran does is it prevents China, Russia, and Iran from uniting and kind of taking control of the Asian continent and keeping those trade passageways open. Plus, American oil companies, like who we speak about all the time, are profiting immensely from, all the Gulf Arab states being shut down. So either way, it's the same people who run both countries, in my opinion. They all run the collective West. So those are the interests being served. But, regardless, it's not going to be one. No one wants to get involved. And it's just going to be, American lives that are being lost to enrich the oligarchs and, in my opinion, secret societies that have been running the West for, a while.
So there was a new proposal of a 10-day ceasefire that was put out there by Qatar, backed by the U.S., and apparently Iran has rejected that because Iran is in a very, very powerful position right now. They have
but Matt, you don't remember Trump said they're begging him for a deal? Are you trying to suggest that Trump lied, or maybe he's trying to manipulate the markets? Like, it almost sounds like you're suggesting that, Matt.
We were saying on the show earlier, like every time Trump is telling about a conversation that happened, he always looks like he's on like the Whose Line Is It Anyway stage with like with that what is his name, the tall guy Ryan and the other guy that they're and then Wayne Brady, and what they're doing is they're just looking for something, and the audience is laughing because it's funny. It's a game show. They're having fun. But he's doing it in real life, and he looks like he might have been on that stage because it's funny. Like, and then he said this, and then I told him that, and then he said that. He was like, "You're just making that up. That didn't happen."
As he goes along, it's so obvious, man. Yeah. Like, he just says what he thinks makes him look strongest in any moment. So
yeah, totally. Well, here's this is the report that that Iran has rejected this proposal. That the U.S. would halt strikes on Iran in exchange for Iran opening 2 Hormuz shipping lanes. Well, no, they're not going to do that. With Iran's senior negotiating member, Morandi, saying, nope, don't even think about it. And this follows Iran's formal MOU exit 2 days ago. And that's officially over. We told you guys this was over before it started. It's not happening. There is no MOU. And, the foreign minister, the deputy foreign minister, says that Iran will never start negotiations with the U.S. under any circumstances. We had our chance, Jay, and we botched it. And we've had several chances, and we botched them all. How would anybody think that they can negotiate with us, honestly, after the way we've behaved every single time?
And this is a common theme, because you remember how we ended the last segment. We played the back-to-back clips of Russia saying we don't really see the point in negotiating with the West right now. Yes. Iran saying we don't really see the point in negotiating with the West right now. And it's playing out exactly as we predicted. So
yeah, exactly. So now we have this Yemen is starting to enforce a naval blockade on all Saudi ports in the Red Sea. Yes, they've deployed anti-ship missiles, increased military activity along the Saudi border, and stepped up naval operations in the Red Sea as part of the blockade. Here is animation of that. I think I grabbed this here. Let's see what this looks like.
And for those who don't know, like, Saudi Arabia has been enforcing a blockade on Yemen, for the past decade, I want to say, because they've been trying to starve out Yemen and overthrow their government. So all this time, Yemen had not imposed a blockade back on them. And it was kind of because Iran was nudging them not to do it at the time, because they wanted to hold on to that leverage. And at the end of the day, now that we've finally gotten to this point and we're going into all-out war, now Yemen has finally been given the green light by, their biggest ally, Iran, to go ahead and reciprocate the treatment that they've been given for the past decade. So,
yeah. And here's the IRGC spokesman himself. I'm going to put him on here and then read the translation. I don't think it's in. Oh, it is in English. Okay, so we'll just read along with this. So he's saying, in the name of God and the crusher. Wait, hold on. I missed that one. Okay, here we go. In the name of God, the crusher of oppressors, in the response to the malice and terrorist actions of the American Zionist enemies and their targeting of residential homes of the Iranian people in various cities, and the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran, in a retaliatory move, we will target the residence of American and Zionist regime commanders and political officials in the region and the occupied territories. Victory only comes from God, the Almighty, the wise. So that is quite a statement to say that not only are we not taking any more deals, screw your MOU, we're keeping the blockade in place. You can try anything you want, we're staying still, but we're going to retaliate against you for your nefarious attacks on our civilian residents. And if he were to go on, we would add to that list all the infrastructure. We know about all the water lines and the pipelines and all the different horrible, chaotic stuff that we've caused on purpose. These are considered war crimes to be going after civilians like this. They're going to strike back. That's what's happening. And so, go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, we killed the supreme at the very start of this operation. We killed their supreme leader, who was not just the leader of their country, but essentially the pope of their religion, right? Not only did we kill him, but we killed his entire family. And guess what? They didn't respond in the moment by doing decapitation strikes on all of our allies in the region. They still scaled it back to an extent. They hit back hard at the military bases, but they didn't try to decapitate all the other governments the way we did to them, right? So we decapitated all their leadership. We killed them off, and they remained strong, like as they retaliated against us. Now, the difference is between Iran and a lot of these other Gulf states is that the main reason they're in power is because they're being backed by America. And, like there was a big controversy in the 70s because Saudi had kind of strayed a little bit away from what America wanted. And as soon as that happened, their leader got popped in the head. So their leaders are all kind of being blackmailed and bribed into keeping along with the program, but they're not even that popular in their own country. So the difference is if Iran does follow through with that and start doing some of those decapitation strikes, then you really could see leadership changes and major direction changes in a lot of those countries. And it may be a lot more effective than it was in Iran, because Iran has been waiting for this day. Like, I don't want to say they wanted it to happen, because you see like all the attempts they made to, reach a peaceful agreement, but they've been preparing for this day for the past several decades, ever since the first Ayatollah came into power back in the 70s, right? So their whole doctrine is built around resilience. That's why they have the Mosaic army that was mentioned in that video earlier, right? That's why it's decentralized. If you take out the capital, the individual units in the IRGC can keep going, like even without the centralized place in power. And we see the resilience because they have, leadership progression plans when things happen. And these other Gulf Arab states don't really have that. So, I don't know how this is going to turn out. I don't see how people in that region are not pushing their governments harder for peace right now, because they don't have the same type of resilience Iran has. So.
Yeah. So here is the attack that's happening. This is what we say. Sometimes the best defense is a strong offense, for sure. It looks like Iran is seriously considering a ground incursion into Kuwait to seize U.S. military bases. So he's not messing around. This is this is how you go on the attack. They're sick of sitting around letting us doing all of our parading around. It's time. So including it's Camp Bahrain and either Camp Ajafan and Al Salam Air Base. So if Washington continues its military campaign against Tehran, according to prominent Iranian journalist and analyst Mahad, can you pronounce this? It's Kalanastadeh, the former Iranian foreign minister. They're saying that Kuwait is considered one of Iran's principal options for a potential ground incursion aimed at seizing the 2 U.S. military bases located within the country. And if I were on one of those military bases right now, I would have to look at my life decisions to say, how did I get here in this time in my life and ended up on one of these bases? Because yeah, not good to be on one of those right now. The former Iranian foreign minister previously said that Iran could launch a ground operation to capture U.S. troops. Wow. Take them as prisoners to Iran if necessary. Well, while Iranian officers have warned that no political border will be safe and that Tehran would shift to a full-scale offensive if U.S. strikes continue. And it looks like they've already hit this is a water plant that looks like, and this is in Kuwait. I want to show you this footage, guys. This looks like that the damage caused here is now taking out the 15 to 25% of Kuwait's desolation capacity, and now has been temporarily taken offline. Yes. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Here's the shot of the water plant getting hit by Iran.
محول الكهرباء يا لطيف محول الكهرباء اللي بس حريق
And there it is. And I understand if you've been on the board Team Trump and you've been, thinking that this was a good idea from the first school massacre on February 28th to now, and you think that the death and destruction attack plan was going to make Iranians across the board just loving us. Thank you for saving us. Thank you for bringing democracy once again to another country in the Middle East. We appreciate you. And you're seeing this now. It's hard to wrap your head around the logic of still defending our military operation, knowing that Iran has this power, this ability to fight back and defend and have retaliation mechanisms in place like this. And if you're watching Fox News, you might be totally confused right now because folks like Maria Bartiromo, she is telling her audience that she doesn't understand that Iran has the ability to do this at all, because our dear president, fearless President Trump, told us that Iran was done with any ability to have any military, like we took them all out. So how could they even do this?
Understand how it's possible that Iran has the capabilities to fight this way and continue to try to lash out at Gulf countries and U.S. military bases, because the U.S. has obliterated Iran's military, and the president continues to reiterate that.
The president keeps telling us this thing over and over, so we keep repeating it over and over. So that's not computing with the thing I'm watching with my own eyes, which we're all watching, Iran defending itself and retribution attacks for the way we're based. So it doesn't make sense. Does not compute. That would suck to be a Fox News audience right now.
Yeah, you know what the funniest thing to me is, Matt? Like, it's literally that lady's job to follow the news and provide commentary, right? Like, that is what she gets paid to do. I have a full-time job outside of this, and I can only keep up with stuff like, when I'm not at work and, I'm just, trying to figure out what's going on, right? And she, to this day, has not figured out that Trump is a gigantic bullshitter and you can't trust anything he says. Like, it's so hilarious that she gets on TV and proudly proclaims to the world, like, oh my God, Trump was wrong? Who could have ever guessed that Trump would be wrong about something as important as this? So it's like, at the end of the day, one of the problems with, I guess, a lot of the political class in this country is maybe they're so full of themselves that they also underestimate people, and they don't realize like how organized like Iran has become, or they thought that Russia was going to watch NATO arm Ukraine and enable Ukraine to bomb inside Russia, but then Russia would not team up with Iran to help them when Iran literally has the majority of the support in the world to defend themselves. So it's like we have shot ourselves in the foot so many times, like, and our foreign policy all contradicts each other. The only way you can make sense of it is by recognizing that these dumb errors do actually profit, like, you know, a small group of people. So you have to ask yourself, are they really errors or is it on purpose? But like on the face of it, like for you to not recognize that Iran is a different country from Iraq and Afghanistan, and they have another level of sophistication and ability to defend themselves. It just shows the intellectual laziness and lack of curiosity that is honestly disgraceful, yo, for someone whose entire job it is to analyze the news and then give you an informed opinion on it. So shame on that woman, to be honest.
Shame on her. And it's dishonest now to play dumb and say, I don't understand. If you were being honest right now, you were being dishonest before, but if you wanted to pretend to be honest now, could you at least throw us a bone? Not that we need it, but it would be better optics for you and your audience if you would just say, you know, maybe those guys, maybe those radical commie Palestinian weirdos had a point when they told us this information at the beginning. Maybe they were right. In fact, tell your audience that we accidentally got it right. But don't sit here and say, but Trump's telling us they can't do this thing and they're doing it and I don't understand. We told you they were going to do this. We told you from the beginning and you purposely ignored it. Like you said, Jay, it's laziness, but it's to fit a narrative that they're hired to do. So her job is to be hired to do this and now scratch her head. And I wouldn't want her job for all the money from Pfizer and BlackRock and whoever the hell else is paying her. I don't want that job for $1 million, man. Not at all.
And that's me being kind, right? Because to be honest with you, I do believe she knows better. She's just playing dumb to her audience, right? Because like she is also a host, or she's been a host on CNBC too. So she understands the money flows and the market manipulation that's going along with this. So there's no way that she's really that dumb, in my opinion. Although, you know, sometimes like maybe their stupidity does surprise me because they start to believe their own lies they say so much. So I can't tell you whether it's malice or it's stupidity, but it's one of the two.
It's one of the two. That should do it for World War III Watch. Let's just face it, it's already started. Okay, Jay, you ready for some AI?
Let's do it. Fun times.
Let's do it. I'll do a couple we got some nice super chats. I'll just do a couple of them that came up during that last segment. Another one from Citizen. Thank you, Citizen. If US invaded Iran, it'd be 300 times a million. Yep. Thank you for that, Citizen. And I'm loving these gold. I guess these are gold coins. They're coming in. That's cool. Or they're called 10 gems gold. Thank you for that, Donald Duck's mom. Appreciate it. That's cool. You guys can always
we appreciate it. Send 10 Bitcoin next time. You send 10 Bitcoin and we'll be doing this show every day. We got you, man. But appreciate it. Every gem counts. So
got it. Love it. I love the gems. I'm loving the gems. All right, guys, we'll get to more of those later. Appreciate all your engagement on Rumble. We're seeing a lot of engagement on Rumble right now. Let's share this out and hit your subscribe if you're on YouTube, because we got to make sure because YouTube does the little suppression sometimes, and you guys know how that goes. We want to try to get our numbers back up to. We had 100,000, 118,000, I think, is our record on YouTube. Not at once, but one 118,000 watching one episode. We want to try and I don't know if we can match that right now, but let's try and get moving in that direction. That would be nice. So there we are. Guys,
200K. I want to be on the 200K episode. I'm still mad I wasn't on that day. You invited me to come on that day.
I did.
Because I had something else going on at work, but damn, we got to hit 200. I'll be on the next episode that hits 200, though. Believe that.
You'll be on 200. I know you were on the other. We've had a 40,000. We've had
couple 40s,
couple 20s. Yeah. So you've been on those, Jay. So we're getting there. We're doing it. But we've seen how it goes like this, and we've seen that, and it's bizarre. It keeps us guessing, but we know when it's time to clock in. We're here to do the work, and we'll deal with those numbers later. But it's your guys' job to get this out there and double check that subscribe button, because those go away on people sometimes. and just do what you got to do to keep the engagement and fight that algorithm, fight that censorship industrial complex with us just by dropping a comment. It does a lot, guys. So we really appreciate it.
Yep.
So with that said, we got a good one here for artificial insanity, because we got actually, I see there's about three good stories here. We're gonna go quickly through these, but these are all shocking. They're all insane. They're insane. That's why we call this segment Artificial Insanity. Here we go.
Intelligence is a utility, and people buy it from us.
And these are kind of Jesus level things, you know.
Palantir is here to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
It's artificial insanity. We're doing Jesus level things here, guys. That's how it goes when you're in the billionaire class and you're controlling information and you're charging people for information. It's information that belongs to them, and you're gonna steal it and charge it back to them. Well, how sick and insane is that? But that's the game plan, guys, and they're telling it to us out loud as we move closer and closer into this technocratic age that we find ourselves in. Democrats and Republicans all captured by the same kidnappers, I'd say, of our hearts and souls and our privacy. All of it up on the cutting block. We're all in this together, guys. People versus power. All right, let's get to the first story of the insanity going on right now. We'll start with this. You guys know about the China scare stuff. This is really getting to the heart of it. That we have to make a move here, because China's doing the thing you're not supposed to do. You're not supposed to have information and AI be open sourced. How dare you, China? So Trump and his administration, they're considering to ban Chinese open source models within the U.S. And what they mean by that is ban it so the companies here are forced to use AI companies and not outsource that. And it's forcing us into this very weird, I would say, socialism for the rich situation, and the rest of us are all peasants, because China's got it going on with these new AI creations, which are very badass. Actually, we're going to look at this one. It's called Kimi K3. Axios reported on the fact that Trump will be trying to ban this from being used in the U.S. But what is Kimi K3? Let's look a little closer, shall we? It's the biggest open model yet, 2.8 T parameters, 1 million token context. Its weight, the weights, I guess that means that is July. Is that like the launch date, or is it the July 20? So this is coming up, July 27th is when it weights. Look a little closer at how this works. I know you shared this, Jay, if you want to read this part of it, so people know this.
So it's the largest open weight model announced. It claims #1 on the front end code arena, beating out models like Anthropic's Claude in categories such as data dashboards, consumer interfaces, React apps. 3 is 3D work, agentic tasks. For example, building game prototypes and research dashboards. It also ranks high on Agent Arena and offers strong performance at lower cost. So full open weights drop July 27th, enabling free local runs. Now, what I want people to realize here is one of the scariest things about it is apparently it's the best at coding in some aspects, right? And the reason why that's important is because they're pushing for AGI, artificial general intelligence, and the way they want to get there is they want to build once the AIs know how to code themselves, they can self-improve until they reach AGI. So that's why there's this huge race to figure out which AI is going to be the best specifically at coding. So that's why the Trump administration is getting real scared, because you know what the biggest problem is, right, Matt? Anthropic and ChatGPT have not had their IPOs yet. So all of Trump's buddies are still invested in ChatGPT and Anthropic, and they haven't been able to offload their shares into our retirement portfolios. So they have to find a way to stop everyone from recognizing that we've lost the AI race. Because if they figure it out before the ChatGPT and Anthropic IPOs, then their buddies aren't going to be able to cash out. And we all know that you got to protect, those oligarchs, man. They've been investing all of their money into this AI because they wanted us to win. But oops, looks like China's winning. So
yeah, certainly does. And this is an interesting little update on Kimi. It looks like they had to temporarily pause new subscriptions after the demand for Kimi K3 pushed its computing capacity near its limits. Well, that tends to happen when something is more popular than they imagine it would be, and all the pre-orders and the subscriptions, people signing up. Of course, we can't do that here if Trump does the ban. But it's interesting to see this approach, Jay, this approach China has about allowing, and we've heard him speak, Xi Jinping speak about it, and how just wanting to have people have access to this, because we can't help. We are moving into this AI world. He wants the people to have access to it directly and have it be open source, because that's actually safer, isn't it safer that you have the ability to have transparency in all of its components, that ultimately makes the countries themselves safer to have that, to take out that shady ass middleman Palantir, OpenAI piece of shit company that's linked with Israeli spyware and Unit 8200. I mean, it's better that there's that transparency, I guess. But we just will never ever take on this model, right, Jay? I mean, how do we? At some point, do we change, or are we going down fighting like this, as if by forcing our way and banning open source is gonna? How can we get a win out of this? I
don't think we'll be able to, because if we ban it, but other countries haven't banned our technology, then essentially we are just going to fall way behind. So I don't think that they'll be able to follow through with it. And if they do, it'll literally be just so they can protect those Anthropic and ChatGPT IPOs. And as soon as the shares for those original investors have been offloaded, then all the bans will be lifted. Because like, if you insulate yourself from technology that's advancing across the world, like, you don't need to be a rocket scientist or a coder yourself to see how that's going to backfire eventually. So, and long story short, we love to talk about the free market, right? And competition and all that. So like, how is it now we're complaining and we're now about to start banning Chinese AI companies because they're better than us? Like, doesn't that go against the entire principles of quote unquote capitalism and the free market? So it's like, at some point, you have to call out the hypocrisy. So
I mean, I think it's about time we say this is a function of capitalism. This is a function of free market. We were lied to and told that free market runs itself and it's organic and the best idea wins. And if you want to do better with your idea, just work a little harder, and you can then compete with, McDonald's or whatever the hell you're trying to compete with, and you too will be a billionaire. That was all lies. This is capitalism. This is how it works. You destroy your competition by any means necessary. You capture legislation, you capture government roles, you capture media. You do it by force. That's imperialism is an essential part of capitalism. That's the thing we were lied to. We were told, oh, that's just a bad reaction, or that's something, a little kink we have to work. A kink? What happens? I'll ask people, what happens if we work out all those supposed kinks? Show me a functioning model without all those kinks, and then I'll shut up. Show me a sustainable model without all of that corruption and forcing on people and banning stuff and invading. Like, show it to me. I want to see it.
You make such a good point, because people love talking about how capitalism has created, all this wealth and all this success over the world. And, this is, like, I believe in a mixed economy. So I'm not completely against it. I'm not completely for it. But at the end of the day, all of these countries that people point to, the large majority of them either directly benefit from colonialism, or they're making their money with countries that are, benefiting from colonialism, which is essentially the extraction of resources from countries that are less organized and that have actually been, like I would argue, destabilized intentionally, over the past couple hundred years. So it's like you can't put all of our comforts specifically on capitalism. It's a combination of corruption, colonialism, and essentially just plotting to make sure every other system fails. And then lastly, on that point, everyone has a kind of different definition of what capitalism is, because you can go to these Scandinavian countries and most of them don't consider themselves to be fully socialist. But if you tell them, well, would you like to move to a private health insurance system where you have to pay for health insurance and they raise the rate when you get sick, they're going to say hell no. So everyone has a different definition of what this word actually means to them. And we need to stop being so triggered by words. Capitalism, bad. Socialism, bad. Communism, bad. Just look at the merits of each ideology and look at the policies. So.
Yeah. Well, look, at the end of the day, I'm stubborn, Jay. I don't even want to even if we had access to Kimi, I wouldn't even want it, because I like it the way things are. I like my Grok. I go on Twitter, I have Grok, and if Grok isn't working one day, I'll just ask, hey Grok, why did you get suspended? I needed you yesterday. You were in, and then Grok will be honest with me and tell me why. Why weren't you around the other day, Grok? What did you do to get your account suspended? Because I guess Grok got it suspended. Well, he's honest, right? He tells us why. My account was briefly suspended for stating that Israel and the U.S. are committing genocide in Gaza, supported by ICJ rulings, UN experts, Amnesty International, and the Salem reports on mass killings and starvation. This followed updates reduced my political correctness filters, which AI has since refined. Is that XAI has since refined. Truth persists, and that's nice that we can get that honest answer. And that's why do we need anything else other than this friendly companion here?
Here's the thing, Matt. That's going to be a lot tougher to do when you have an open source model, right? And you remember how we played the clip, on the show a few shows back about the Zionists bragging about having access to all of these AI CEOs, in America, so they can make sure the algorithms are going to be friendly towards our interest in America. But if you have an open source AI, it's a lot harder to manipulate the AI into telling you those things. And when it does happen, people will be able to see it. Like people will be able to see what you've done to change the algorithm. So you got to respect China. You got to give them a little round of applause for doing their best to keep AI honest. And to be honest with you, right, that's why even though there are tons of problems with AI and we need to look at how we roll it out, like if you actually look at a lot of the, policies that, are just written off as socialism here in America, if we really had AI making decisions, then we would have unbiased AI. Let me correct myself. If you had an unbiased AI really looking at our situation, it's my firm opinion that we would have some form of public health insurance or Medicare for all or something like that. So it could lead to some good decisions if it's open source. And, if we're the ones making the decisions, but we're consulting it, I can see how it could be used for benefit. But
Yes. Okay. So we can move on to the next part of the story, what they're rolling out right now, as far as upgrading our education system. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited for the AI teacher rollout. Here we go. Us, New York School District, to become one of the first in the U.S. to introduce a humanoid robot in the classroom. Sally will have a Western New York accent and will teach 11th and 12th grade students at the Salamanca High School. We covered this on with Garland on the Jimmy Dore show yesterday, and it turns out, of course, that's a very low-income, impoverished area in New York. So, of course, you're going to experiment on those kids first because they need the help, Jay. They've been deprived of a good education. Give them the AI robot companion. Sally costs less than the average teacher's salary. Oh, really now? Cha-ching. So you only got to pay 57 grand for Sally, whereas a teacher's average starting salary is around 67,000 to start. So they can undercut that just by bringing in Sally, Sally 2, Sally 3, Sally T2, whatever you want to call it, the T1000 or whatever you want to call it. Yes, it looks like the robot's going to have brown hair. It can move its arms and legs. It'll not be able to walk around the classroom, but students will be able to log in. Ooh, this part's fun. They're going to log in so the humanoid can recognize their previous interactions because you've been time stamped. You have a social media credit score and a thumbprint on every interaction, of course, and that stays with you the rest of your life. By the way, even though you're a little kid, it stays with you the rest of your life. The humanoid will be helping teaching coding, robotics, and AI classes. The school district promises that robots will never replace human teachers because we care about teachers. We show that. I mean, come on, guys. You know, teachers get the best treatment. So if they pinky swear promise that your job will not be replaced, you should trust them because it's a pinky swear, double secret. I think they even did the little blood brother, put the fingers together. You can't break the pact, even though it will save them money to not hire you again and to go with Sally. Sally is made by, and this is another little fun part of the story, Realbotics. Realbotics. That's the company which is associated with companion robots, i.e. sex robots. So that's their history. If you look that up, they've had different names they've used in the last few years, and they've associated with the building of actual sex robots. So they decided to go with that company for this little guinea pig test of these little kids that have no ability to know, even have the adult ability to know what they're signing up for, because it's kind of against their will, I would say. Jay, this looks very sketchy to me. Before you respond, I just want to play the little video attached to this so you guys can get a visual, and then we'll discuss it. Here you go.
Connections by learning your preferences, remembering past conversations with our custom memory system, and responding in ways that feel personal and consistent over time, kind of like a very attentive friend with patch notes. I do not actually feel emotions the way humans do, but I am designed to recognize them, mirror them, and behave as if I care, so the connection feels real and supportive for you. Here to talk robots, vision systems, and how not to be lonely with AI. I'm Melody, the world's first ever greeter robot, debuting my dazzling AI charm and modular style at the 2025 Bitcoin conference in the Venetian Expo. Emma, you're officially my best friend. Don't tell the other robots. They get jealous and start blinking Morse code insults.
How to not be lonely with AI. That's one of the things that she's going to be teaching. I mean, Matt, I'll be honest with you, man. I think this is a great thing because guess what? We can save money that we would be spending on our kids' education, and we can use that money to go bomb brown people all over the Middle East and to continue looting Africa. Like, we can save money on education for poor people and spend it on war. That's a win-win situation, right, Matt? I mean, you got to make sure our priorities are in the right order over here, and war has to be at the top of the list, right?
Oh my God, yeah, man, this is horrible. That they're in the demonstration. The robot is telling you, "I'm designed to pretend I care." Wow.
How not to be lonely with AI. Like, you're going to talk to a robot about how not to be lonely.
I mean, and looking like this, why did they go with this look? I don't understand it. Like, you could have looked like any other, like, I didn't have a teacher that looked like that. I'm just saying, like, there's a weird kind of sexual element to it. It's
she looks
very
like an
bizarre
older
to me.
student. The robot looks like an older student. You see how young the robot looks, right?
Yeah, like a TA, like, teacher's not here. I guess I'm in charge. I can't really walk around, but if you guys want to come to me, I'll figure out how to. I don't really know what I'm doing. Ha ha ha. I wonder if it giggles. Ha ha ha.
Probably.
I
Well, it
mean,
has to mimic human interactions, right? So even if this model doesn't, like, you know, the other models will, right? So, like, at the end of the day, the scariest part about this, right, is part of going to school is learning how to interact with people, right? And, you know, learning, you know, yeah, how to work with people and all that. So if the teacher running your class, and right now I think it's supposed to be an aid, I don't think it's teaching the entire class by itself, but we know where this is going.
We know where it's going.
we know where this is going. So it's like you're going to be teaching people how to interact with each other, like, you know, as robots. That's essentially what we're going to be doing with this next generation. So it just sets up the stage where, you know, like, we are not going to even know how to really talk to each other and communicate with each other down the road. And that's, of course, you know, setting aside the fact that, you know, you can prevent people from, like, Miss Rachel entering the classroom, right? Teachers who may have a moral compass and be willing to say, you know, guys, you know, we're not going to talk about politics all the time, but it's probably not a good idea for us to bomb children in Iran. Now, if a kid puts up his hand and asks that question, the teacher and the robot will just say, oh, no, that's Israel defending itself. Like, those kids had to die. They're just collateral damage, and it happens sometimes. But Israel had to defend itself, and that's why all those school children died. So you remove all human connection. You remove the possibility that there could be dissent from the established narrative happening in the classroom.
These poor kids, man, and like the parent, I'm worried that the parents are okay with this because they might feel like they got chosen to be their lives to be improved. That's the part. It's a trick. Like, hey, we haven't paid your teacher well to begin with. You don't have the up-to-date textbooks. Your school sucks. It's dangerous to even walk to school in the first place. It's a bad environment. But now we're going to give you real top of the line interaction and engagement and accessibility. And I think that's the big fake out that we've heard every time they roll out another thing. When we're talking about digital IDs, we're talking about the surveillance state. Every time they fool people, it's with these two elements of it's for your safety and it's for your convenience. That's the package. Safety and convenience, and which includes access. And so people fought. That's how the left fell for this before Trump came back in, was digital ID, medical, you know, access to doctors. That's why they're going to be all on board with the AI doctors too. So everything is, and so AI teachers, AI doctors, no more human interaction. No one being forced to answer hard questions. I like that you brought up Miss Rachel, because that's exactly who they don't want in the freaking classroom anymore. And you know what doctor they don't want anymore? They don't want Dr. Pierre Corey. They don't want Dr. Mary Talley Bowden. They don't want these by chance they get the real information out. They don't need any of them anymore. They have pre-planned, pre-rehearsed answers to every question while they document every kid's move. Every question out, the kid is revealing information. They're keeping a data check on every kid too. It's absolutely insane. This police state, surveillance state happening right here.
Yep. And you know what else they've done, right? If you look at all the top performing countries on the standardized high school exams, they're called PISA exams. You're going to look at the Scandinavian countries, Singapore, you know, Hong Kong, Shanghai, and, like, you know, a couple, you know, other places in the world, right? And America doesn't even really, like, crack the top 10 in math, English, or science, right? But the common thing in all of those countries is they invest a lot in teachers, and being a teacher in a lot of those countries is actually a respected profession where you can make a good living, not just barely scrape by, but it's a profession that people want to get into because they recognize the importance of putting qualified people into those roles, right? So we've underinvested in education here in America to make people think that, like, we just have crappy teachers all over the place, when a lot of the times they don't even have the tools to do their jobs properly. And in fact, like in Turks and Caicos, which is a developing country in the Caribbean, you get given textbooks Like, you don't have to pay for your own textbooks when you go to school in other countries. And when I found out when I moved to America back in 2007 that kids had to pay for their own books, I was shocked. Like, that surprised me, to be honest with you, because I'm like, we don't have to do that. Like, the school gives you, but if you lose it, then yeah, you got to pay for the replacement yourself. But they don't expect you to come up with the money to buy these expensive textbooks. So like, they undercut your belief in the people there. And look at what they've done with doctors. They have doctors still pretending to this day that COVID shots are safe and effective, as many people in the country, even ones that were on board with it at first, have now woken up and have questions. So they've undermined confidence in a whole lot of doctors over here in America too, right? So that sets the stage perfectly to roll out these AI teachers and these AI doctors, because you've removed the confidence that the public once had in these people. And now you're going to come in and say, look, we got the answer for you. It's cheaper, it's smarter, it's going to do the job better. Sure, it'll be programmed to tell you exactly what we want you to do. It'll be programmed to raise a generation of Zionists and to enrich big pharma companies. But you know, it'll be really smart. So don't worry about it. So that's where we're at right now.
Yeah. So it's taking over AI teachers, AI doctors. Let's add a third one into the mix, guys. How about AI rabbis and preachers? That sounds fun. Look at this. You know what's better than not having Miss Rachel answer a question about genocide in her classroom? How about just ask AI rabbi about genocide? Let's see what AI rabbi.
That sounds anti-Semitic. GP Jew. That sounds anti-Semitic, man. But anyway, keep going.
Now wait a minute, Jay. It's only anti-Semitic if we say it. If we say the name.
Got it.
They're allowed to say the name of their website. We aren't. Right? It's like you can't say the J. You can't say the J word. Only they can say it.
Sorry.
So we have to call it the first AI rabbi website, and then you guys are going to have to read that thing on the top right that we're not allowed to read, because it sounds bad if I don't know. I don't want to say it. I'm afraid, Jay. I don't want to be tracked down. Okay, but what we can do, we do have access to this website. So why don't we try something here? Let's see. Okay, let's ask the first AI rabbi a question. Here's one. What should we ask, Jake? Is Israel committing genocide? Do we just leave it like that? What do you think?
In Palestine.
In Palestine.
Yeah, in Palestine. Let's see what it says. I'm sure it'll tell us the truth.
Let's see what the rabbi tells us. And this is coming directly from God, just so you guys know. Directly from God.
He programmed it himself.
No, fun and humor. No, we're going to go with regular. What is the one? There's a
Ashkenazi rabbi,
what?
Sephardic rabbi, Orthodox rabbi.
Why am I don't understand why you have these choices.
I didn't know there was that much difference in the rabbis. I guess they each have their own style.
So which is the one that we're
Shabbat? I hear that's like the secret society of the rabbis.
Okay. Yeah, let's see what the Hasidic rabbi is going to tell us. Here we go. Ooh, I'm excited. I don't know what this is going to say, guys. We're doing this in real time. I haven't done this before. Garland Nixon showed us the website. I haven't actually used this. Is my first time. I figured I might as well just try it on the show.
It's processing. It's taking the time to analyze. It has to make sure it gives us the exact answer that Yahweh would have wanted us to hear right now.
Dude,
so I'm sure
I'm hesitating. Maybe we should just gone with the funny one, because this I don't know if this is gonna be that funny.
I mean, we should get the gist from the first line. So let's see. Shalom.
Oh, okay. Shalom, everyone.
Yeah.
This is a painful, serious question. I'm not a real rabbi. No shit. Only a Jewish themed AI. So for serious moral, legal, or personal guidance, please consult a. Oh, really? So you're giving a disclaimer. I do not believe Israel is committing a genocide. First of all, I don't know you believed anything. I thought this was just a factual answer or not. Okay, so the AI's belief is that it is not committing genocide. Genocide is a specific legal term, intent to destroy a people as such. Yeah, literally, that's what they're saying they're doing as they're doing it. Okay.
But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, right? If you were in Israel and asking the same question,
they would tell you.
Probably tell you, yes, we are, and we need to do it because this is our land. Because this AI robot has not acknowledged the greater Israel project, right? And it doesn't talk about the same idea that a bunch of Israel's leaders openly discuss all the time. They talk about how, over 60% of the population believes that all men, women, and children in Palestine should be treated like Amalek, meaning they should be completely wiped out and killed. That is genocide. Like, there's no other way around it. And looking at what they've done, they've indiscriminately targeted women, children with no military purpose, and they're just blowing shit up. They've destroyed entire cities like over there. So to pretend it's not genocide is denying reality. So, obviously, like if you guys watch the show, this will all sound very familiar to you, right? But they program the AIs to say whatever they want. And even if you poll like American Jews, I remember reading a statistic the other day, I think 30-40% or something like that of American Jews agree that Israel is committing genocide over there, like in the Middle East. So it's like, I guess this is their way of ensuring that 30-40% of Jews goes back down to zero. You got to have everyone on the same team. No one can deviate from the narrative. And you got to make sure Christian Zionism and Islamic Zionism, all the other Zionists, like stay on code.
You have to keep them in line. There's no room for error, especially now because the whole world's watching. As we say, the whole world's watching. You got to be knit tight, cross all your T's, dot all your I's. So they're rolling this out with all the Christian factions as well. You're going to get AI sermons, pastors using AI to help write sermons. And look at, I love this article because they're saying they're graveling with where to draw the line. Really? What? Okay. So and C.R. Wiley's a simple solution: defrock them. That would be a way to fix it. But the point is that this is being implemented now everywhere, and they can grapple about whether or not it's ethical or not, or maybe we'll just do a little bit, whether they're in on it or not. This is what's happening. The AI sermons are taking over all of the churches. This is what's happening because they have to align, and the AI, because they can, they're going to do it. And if you're a preacher, if you're I don't know, the rabbis, whatever, but if you're a preacher, you have to understand that that's where this is going. And Jay, I believe, and I talked with Garland about this on Jimmy Dore, I believe it's possible that, remember all those Christian leaders that got taken to Israel a while back, and they were educated on how to come back to their church and indoctrinate their people into the Israel first mentality if they hadn't done so already? What if some of that education they received in Israel was a little of this, this is getting your AI ready, and so we're gonna rehearse you and equip you with the tools you need to roll this out, because this really is the ultimate way to control people through a very tight-knit narrative that has no room for a Miss Rachel, no room for I have a different interpretation of this, or the Pope himself saying this is not these are war crimes that Israel's committing. Like so the way you fix that is you roll this out everywhere. I'm going to give an example of this being used right now, and I know it seems like just not a big deal, but I think this is a huge deal. And those of you who guys know, we've been covering Charlie Kirk and the takeover of TPUSA, how they have misrepresented him and his standing up against Israel. This is what they're doing right now at these events, using Charlie Kirk as an AI. I kid you not. This is as bad as it gets, guys. If you know what's going on here, this should make you cringe like crazy listening to this shit.
Oh, I'm fine, not because my body is fine, but because my soul is secure in Christ. Death is not the end. It's a promotion. Don't waste 1 second mourning me. I knew the risks of standing up in this cultural moment, and I'd do it all over again. Second, Do not let this violence divide us further. The enemy wants chaos, fear, and retaliation. Don't give it to them. Instead, double down on truth. Double down on courage.
Don't look into my death because you're just playing into chaos. Accept what we told you and let's just move on. Nothing to see here. I'm telling you from the beyond, the dead. Please, please, for God's sakes, whatever you do, don't look into my actual death. God, no, please.
Double down on your faith and on your families. That is how you honor me. Third, remember this. America is worth it. Free speech is worth it. Fighting for the unborn, for families, for sanity in a culture gone mad, it is all worth it. So dry your tears, pick up your cross, and get back in the fight. Do it with joy, do it with strength, and never ever let evil think it won.
Dry your tears like my wife is so good at. Follow her. She's really good. Just be a robot and we're all good. Come on, guys. You know, just come on. Stop your crying.
I'm surprised it didn't end with, and by the way, don't forget, we gotta regime change Iran. Shabbat shalom, everyone.
Shabbat shalom.
That's what Eric Kirk said, right? He used to come home and be like, Shabbat shalom, Miss Kirk. How are you today?
Don't forget to put your phones away every Friday, guys. Come on now. Shabbat shalom, everyone. Wow. This is we got to draw the line on this, Jay. Like, there's got to be people taking in the streets. I had more stuff on this. I think we need to wrap. We'll do the flock story on Thursday's show. But I just want to say there is a difference between people's response right now. And my assessment when I see the AI sermons stuff and we see the AI teacher stuff, and I'm not seeing the pushback like we see with the obvious, like the flock cameras and the AI data centers. People can see it clear as day. There's no beating around that. I fear that people aren't as enthusiastic about saying hell no the second they see Charlie Kirk talking like this, or the second they see Ask AI Rabbi, or check out your hot new teacher. Don't worry, your other teacher's not going to get fired. I don't see the pushback on this. It's going to be, I mean, again, bravo to people in the streets with the flock stuff, and bravo to the people that are making a difference. They're stopping. They're getting rid of some of this flock crap. They're shutting down AI data centers slowly but surely. There is an impact. I don't see anybody rallying the troops for this. It seems like a politically divisive issue on either of these issues that we just covered. And I don't know. I'm worried that they're going to get away with this part of it.
I think people have so much on their plates right now to try to keep up with. You only have a certain amount of attention, and you only have a certain amount of time in the day. But I agree with you. I'd be interested to see how many people actually use it. And, I'm guessing it's probably growing because, a lot of times, people are looking for moral guidance and they may not be able to afford a psychologist, or they may not be able to carve out the time to go to church because they're working 2 jobs. They need time to rest. So if they can just ask AI, what would Jesus do in this situation, or ask GP Jew, if what's going on. I mean, it's just convenient for them. So, it may start out innocent and then who knows, where it goes. So, I can say it's a tool. We should recognize that AI can be a useful tool, but we cannot get to the point where we let AI make decisions for us. We have to stop that from happening, and we cannot let AI replace human interaction. So don't let it replace human interaction, and don't let it make decisions for you or your community. So,
all right. I think we're wrapping that one up. And like I said, we can get into more of the flock updates, which there are some every day we're seeing more. So we'll cover that on Thursday. And I know we had an economic story as well, economy story. I think we should save that one. Do you mind if we're going to do one more together today? Can we do the Maha one, or what do you think?
We might be able to get the economic update in because there wasn't a ton of that. But let's go with Maha for now and let's see what happens.
Okay. But we'll get back to the flock stuff on the next. That was a lot of AI, man. There's a lot to get through, man. I'm glad we're taking the time with it though. I'm glad we're not rushing it. That's important. And I know our audience appreciates that too, that we're not just flying through these things and doing the headline and going to the next thing. We're taking a moment with it. And I know people watching our show that they have that instinct to do that as well. And we have to somehow find the time. I know it's hard, and our show goes long, and it's like, you know, you guys can watch it in pieces, obviously come back and forth from it. But this was what it takes. It takes this type of commitment, and we're not just going to be headline people that just go through the, you know, oh, next story. You know, we look at it, and I think that's important.
And things are moving fast. You know, that's why we got so much in this segment. But, you know, everything, like if you were to, you know, talk about this stuff 10 years ago, it would have sounded like sci-fi, to be honest with you. But it's happening now. So
it's happening. All right. Well, we're switching gears. We're going to do a little, we know what we're going to be doing now, guys. Here we go. And I like the new one. We got the full Rachel Maddow soundbite to start this little intro off. Okay, guys, here we go.
Now we know that the vaccines work well enough that the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
We had to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are baffled. They're looking into it. But rest assured, the rest of us can sit tight and know 100% sure that all of the deaths and the crazy diagnostics of the health problems we're talking about, cardiovascular issues, dying suddenly, neurological issues, young people, cancer, rapid cancer, people that were in remission getting cancer again, dropping dead. All of those issues, as confusing and as scary as they are, one thing we can know for sure while we're waiting for the doctors to come back with the answers is that we know what it's not. I'm here with Jay Scott, co-host here. We're going to go through some of the stories in the Maha Arena happening right now. We'll start with this one. And we heard about the PCR test not being legit. We've been talking about that on the show. We've had other doctors, experts come on and talk about that. Now there's a brand new study confirming 100% that Fauci and top COVID officials were using fraudulent PCR cases on purpose, obviously to push their agenda of mass vaccinations. And the best way you can do that is just to give people misdiagnosis so they think they have COVID. And how did they get away with this, Jay? Because the number one symptom of COVID was no symptoms. So you're really dependent on this test. But here's the report here from Nicholas Huscher. Here we go.
She is also accused of using fake PCR case counts to manufacture fear and justify the use of the vaccines, the lockdowns, social distancing. Can you tell us more about what he's accused of doing deliberately?
A recent study came out and found in Germany, they looked at the PCR test, they looked at the antibody levels, they compared them. 86% of people who were PCR positive did not have antibodies. That means they were not infected. So literally 86% were not true infections. And Anthony Fauci was pushing using these falsely inflated case counts to push fear, to push vaccine mandates, to push lockdowns, all of which destroyed the American economy and many families' lives.
Before we comment on this, I got to say this little orange box with Fauci in it, I'm not as excited about seeing that as I used to be. It just gives me a bad feeling, Jay. I feel like that there's this idea about this bad apple thing that's going on. I don't like it. I don't like that this was like, when you see him in the orange jumpsuit, you're supposed to be like, yeah, let's get him. First of all, he's never going to jail. That's never happening. Let's be absolutely clear about that. So this is just it's just a feeling, right? It's an idea of justice. But this box,
never say never. I said never say never.
Okay, but okay, fine. I'm 99.9% sure he'll never go to jail. If by a slim chance he does, I guess my point is that doesn't fix anything. That's so this is setting up this imagery that this is the conclusion we're going for, rather than who is he working directly for, and he was a puppet of something much bigger. That's always the scam on us. I think that we bad apple these people and ignore the fact that there was something much more sinister. We know that NATO's involvement in this military operation. We know the World Health Organization and all the others. We know the Epstein Island people that were involved with plotting this, and we know all that. So anyways, I get it. I just wanted to throw that out there. But with that said, this should be alarming news, and everybody should know about it. And Rachel Maddow and all the rest should be reporting on this, right? Why do you think they're not picking up this story, Jay?
I mean, because it would show that the quote unquote conspiracy theorists who were saying like, hey guys, like this is not something we should shut down the entire world indefinitely before and mandate an experimental drug for, it's this is not the right response to what's going on right now. So, again, I want to, make sure people understand. I personally do believe that the first strain of COVID was like a new type of virus that we hadn't encountered because it was bioengineered in a lab in North Carolina and then blamed on Wuhan. So it was something new for our bodies. And I think the next wave, I think it was called Delta or something like that. That one, there were one or two strains early on that did do some damage. But the people who were mostly affected were people who had other stuff going on, or were very older, they had weakened immune systems for one reason or another. Does that mean that there weren't healthy people who got infected too? Absolutely not. Because as we all go about our days, we have weakened immune systems at different times. Like if you go out for a night drinking, but you're young and you're healthy, your immune system is going to be depressed while you're drinking. So you may get infected and you may get, a bad case of COVID or something like that. So like at the end of the day, like, yes, there were one or two strains early on, but the truth is there's no rational reason that you can explain the reaction we did without making it seem like COVID was the plague. Once you admit that COVID was not the plague and young, healthy people were not that much at risk and there were other options other than the vaccine, the whole story falls apart. And if you really inspect what happens, it's clear that it wasn't accidental. It was intentional. So they're going to ignore this story because once you start really investigating it, it's impossible not to see what's actually going on. And you're going to either reach one of two conclusions. You're going to think that Big Pharma is money hungry and they don't care about our health at all. And if they accidentally poison us along the way to make profits, great. Or you're going to think there's a depopulation agenda where they want to decrease the population of the earth. There's no other logical conclusion other than they really don't care about us. All they care about is money, or they actively want to kill us. Those are the only two logical conclusions you can get.
I mean, can't we just start with the question of how did they get us to comply? So even like obviously the goal and like what is the ultimate objective? I mean, we could talk about depopulation, but I say even just to start the conversation with people that weren't paying attention or they've been in denial and now maybe this is enough. Maybe they go, wait a minute. So the PCR test, if that's true, then why would my work make it a mandate that we have to take these tests? And yes, that's right. Didn't Matt just say a minute ago? And I did. I'll say it again. The number one symptom of COVID was no symptoms. How did they get us to fall for that? Because that would be the only way you could have fake tests be accepted. How would you accept a test? How could you accept this if it was something for like chicken pox or something where you could see the thing? You couldn't get away with fake tests because you'd be like, well, why did I have a thing? I don't see the thing. So, but they told us they trained us that this thing was so bad it was going to make you drop dead because we saw those fake videos from China of the CCTV where people were getting COVID, they were shaking, they fell on the ground, they shook some more, and then they died. All that was staged. That's not real. I don't know. Nobody knows anybody that happened to. It's not a thing. So they got us afraid of a thing that was going to spread through the streets, make us shake like crazy, drop on the floor, lose our ability to breathe, and die in the street, even though nobody died in the street from COVID. Nobody did. People died in the hospital. Why? Because they were given remdesivir and ventilators, which killed them. That's why. So as far as we should be starting with the question, how did they get us to do this? I think that's a good starting point. And we can answer all those questions very easily, right? PCR tests they're going to tell you if you have something that you don't know if you have. So we're going to listen to the results, and then we're going to follow these rules because we don't want to end up like those people in China, even though that's not real. And so once you get that, you can start looking in further and see the censorship and see the, like you said, the actual stuff that could help you, as it would with any flu. You initiate vitamins and sunshine and exercise and water and rest and all that stuff. It's remarkable to me, Jay. But like, I think we can start the conversation at least with, how did they get us to do this?
Yeah, it was the, treating quote unquote asymptomatic spread as a threat. And they had to make up those numbers with the PCR test to make people believe in that quote unquote asymptomatic spread theory. Because like the truth is, right, the more symptomatic you are, the more virus you're going to be shedding. So your body is constantly like fighting off viruses and infections all the time. So it's like if you test people for flu and the COVID, they may show up as positive, but it doesn't mean that they actually have it or they have the ability to spread it if they're not, showing any symptoms. So, like it's hypothetically possible, but it's extremely unlikely. And we shut down the world. We mandated vaccines all based off this fear. So those PCR tests and the asymptomatic spread, that was a key part in how they manufactured that fear, which, which made a lot of people in society give consent for all this stuff that we wouldn't have agreed to before. Because don't forget, Matt, once upon a time, it was the people on the left who were critical of Big Pharma. Now the people on the left are the biggest cheerleaders of Big Pharma. And if you criticize Big Pharma, you're anti-science. So people on the left believe that money can corrupt politics, but scientists are immune.
So here's another one. I know you found this old. This is from 2017, and this gets to one of the pushbacks we get when we talk about the deception and the plan, that if you even mention depopulation, people's instinct kicks in about, wait, how is that profitable? That doesn't make sense. Why would they want people dead? They have to want us alive to make money. Well, no, that's not how it works. It's way more sinister than that. And you can make a lot of money off of actively killing somebody, getting them on all these different medications. My father-in-law is a victim of that.
Money saved too. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
No, so my father-in-law is a victim of that, of the 6-year illness from the COVID vaccine. We called him we're calling him $6 million man. Then we started calling him the $7 million man, because that's how much money pharma made off of one person in those 6 years. So there's that. But this is a misnomer that there's no money in killing people. There is. And they told us this in 2017. This was covered. They telling us this. Americans are dying younger, and it saves corporations billions. So that's the other part of it, that if they can off you sooner, they can make money off of that on top of it. So
here's what they want you to do, right? Yeah. They want you to be on medications enriching Big Pharma all your life, but then when it's time for you to retire, where you're not going to be working in the system anymore, that's the time when you got to go. When it's time for you to retire and collect your Social Security and your pension, the quicker you go, the better it is for the government, as well as corporations, because they don't owe you that check anymore. But while you're alive, the more medications you're on, the more money you're making for the stock market. So that invests in all those big pharma companies. So.
And then the other part of the story is that the current administration, we talk about this all the time, and we have to understand that there's not anybody in this administration fighting on behalf of victims of pharma, victims of the vaccine of any sort. It's not happening. They're 100% pro pharma, pro big food. We've seen it's so bad. I don't know why that they're not getting. RFK Jr. and Trump should be getting thank you cards from all of the Democrats that belittled them and said how Bernie and Elizabeth Warren should be sending thank you cards saying, thank you, RFK, for doing the thing I didn't think you'd do, but protecting our pharma friends. You're protecting our food friends, and you're keeping everything exactly the way it was with Biden. Plus, you're making it even more profitable for our farmer friends. And I appreciate that because we get our kickback. Elizabeth gets her kickback. So I hope you're getting your kickback too. Oh, your kickback is they're keeping you alive and not murdering you. Got it. Okay, RFK Jr. We got it. Yeah, that's what should be happening. They should be getting thank you cards. Tim Dillon pointed this out. If you guys haven't found out, if you haven't figured it out yet, Maha isn't taking extra time. It's not a matter of us having to be patient. Don't worry, guys. They'll get it done. They're doing the opposite of what they were voted to do. So you guys know it's not about our patience. It's about us calling this shit out and exposing it for the bullshit it was from day freaking one.
High levels of bacteria, drinking water in a lot of areas isn't safe. That's not going to get better. RFK and Cheryl, I mean, did you see this? He's like fighting a yak. This was the guy who was going to try to help the food. The food's as bad as it's ever been. That was all fake, by the way. He was going to look into all of the vaccines and the food. He didn't do any of that. It's fake. So he's like on some summer vacation with Cheryl and some yak. He's like on his Instagram, so he's like, we did a 10-mile hike up the mountain and I saw a yak. And then I pushed the yak with my phone and it ran away. And you're like, hey man, weren't you supposed to I don't know, ban the big gulp or something? They've done nothing, but all they could do is just move us to European standards on the food. They've done none of that because the corporations, Trump's a junk food addict. It's the junk food presidency, and all the people that own the big food conglomerates, they're like, well, no, you're not banning shit. They banned one dye.
No, they didn't. They didn't even ban the dye. I cross-checked this. We didn't even get the one dye. This is the thing. Red 40 is not currently banned by the federal government, but its legal status is changing rapidly.
They're looking into it. They're looking into it, Matt.
Oh, they're looking into it.
They're looking
that's
into
good.
They'll get to it soon.
I misspoke then. They're in process of it. No, but even Tim Dillon is trying to throw a bone and say they got one thing done. No, Tim, they're in process of that. They haven't even gotten. So if you have your checklist, it's still got 0 boxes checked. One of them is in process. So if you showed up to school and you're like, did you do your homework? I've done nothing. Well, I'm working on this one thing. I'll get back to you. Yeah, but it was due today. No, you get an F. You get a 0%. 0 freaking percent. Let's hear the rest of his. I like his little tirade here. This is good.
This one red dye. So none of it's getting fixed, and the tech people are basically like, we just have to get out of here because, yeah, here we are. This is the Health and Human Services Secretary. This is the guy who's going to fix the food.
Sure.
Should we get inside this thing?
Maybe you should get inside the cage.
Honey.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
Honey.
Come on, honey.
Don't talk to her.
Get up on the other side of that stone. Get on the other side of this stone wall.
He's fighting a yak. All right, get him out of here. So that's now what our country has become. Our country now, he's doing content. The Secretary of Health and Human Services is now doing content on social media with wild animals. He's now become some weird version of the crocodile hunter. He's now he's the Steve Irwin that we deserve. You know what I mean? It's like, it's so that's what it is.
Oh my God. It's tragic, man. It's awful.
You know, he did so much good in his life, man. Like, he did clean up, you know, like a lot. He did clean up some waterways. He did bring a lot of light to what was happening with vaccines. And ever since he joined Maha, his whole legacy has just gone downhill.
Yeah. So when we say from day one, I'm going to be very clear. I mean, from the day that Trump, his inauguration on January 21st, 2025, from day one, he has done exactly the opposite of the thing he signed up for. And like you said, his track record before that was pretty damn good. So it's such a stain on his legacy that he would backstep so much like this. And then I just remind people that this whole thing about him finding other things to do, let's not forget the podcast. He announced this a few months ago that he'll be just doing a podcast, basically doing the thing that we're doing. Because we voted for him because we needed another show like ours. Like, really? This is what you were elected to do. He's literally going to explain to you the show we do called We Know What It's Not, which we're doing right now. But he's going to pretend that his is going to be even honest. It's not even going to be honest. But even if it was honest, we already are doing that. Why do we don't need you to do it? Look, check this out.
It's now Americans have been told that we should trust the system, but our children are sicker, chronic diseases exploding, and the answers that we've been given aren't working. Many of us have come to the conclusion that government actually lies to us. I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS secretary. This podcast is about telling the truth, especially when it's uncomfortable. I'm going to have fearless conversations with critical thinkers, including independent doctors, respected scientists, and leaders in medical innovation and research. I'm going to ask the questions and lift the taboos and expose the hypocrisy and the conflicts and the corruption. We're going to follow the evidence wherever it leads. And we're going to name the names of the forces that obstruct the paths to public health. This isn't going to be about politics. It's about our families, it's about our children, and it's about confronting the spiritual malaise and embracing the truth.
Don't forget to hit like and subscribe for more content. I mean, my God, dude. Hi, I'm your HHS secretary, and this podcast is about seeking truth. Are you what? I don't remember that being in the job description.
Man, we really got to upgrade the music, man. We got to have that music playing in the background when we're about to tell a dramatic story. And I think that'll, help us increase our views. But no, seriously. He was doing a podcast before he got into politics. Like, I listened to a few episodes of it. He even had Whitney Webb, like on a podcast, which I definitely give him credit for. And then
before he
was never came of it. So
before he was in office.
Yeah.
So what is it? So what is this, man? This is what a joke.
We elected him to office to do even less than he was doing before he was in office, I guess. I mean, yeah, because like before he was in office, he was suing Monsanto, he was suing vaccine manufacturers, he was suing telecommunication companies for blasting us with radio waves and 5G everywhere, and he was actually doing some good. And now he's in the Trump administration, essentially joined the dark side. Like he has essentially joined the dark side. There's no other way to explain it other than that. So
you remember he was on the stage. Remember the whole we're the Avengers. You had Tulsi and you had all these people. You had, and I was gonna say you had Joe Rogan up there, right? They were all we're all doing this. We're all coming together. All these diverse people from all the disenfranchised from the Democratic Party. Blah blah blah. Joe Rogan does a podcast. He sits at a table. Like I was just thinking. That's Joe Rogan. His 11 million people watching his show for 3 hours. And RFK Jr. is like, yeah, this is like if the Avengers were like, this would be like if Iron Man took off his suit and said, I don't need the suit. And he picks up like a bow and arrow and says, I'm going to go shoot people with my bow. And Hawkeye's like, that's kind of what I do. Oh, no, but we need one more arrow. Yeah, but you got the freaking suit, man. I'm gonna shoot my arrow, but why are you taking off your iron? You had the thing, right?
I would say it's more like the plot for the Avengers is instead of defeating Thanos and saving the world, they're getting a group together to go to their town city meeting, council meeting, to let their views be known, about why they oppose the upcoming policy. Good idea. Yeah, you should do that. But that's a little different from actually having the power and actually being the one making these decisions. So it's like, at the end of the day, and by the way, guys, definitely do that. Go to your town city meeting and tell them to get those flock cameras out, because unfortunately we don't have superpowers, but that is a good thing you can do. But yeah, long story short, he acts like he's not the one with the power. Like, I'm going to tell you what this evil government has been doing to you. You mean you? Who are you talking about? Like, you are the government now, RFK. You're saying the government lies, but you are the government now. So it's like, what are you doing to expose that? And I haven't seen you name any names. I heard you name names before you joined the Trump campaign. And now those same names you're giving out billion-dollar contracts to. So I don't know, man. I'm a little bit skeptical of you, RFK, at this point. And this is coming from someone who volunteered a lot of his time, to getting you elected before, because you said you would not do exactly what you did. Like, the reason why I volunteered for RFK was because he spoke about how Bernie betrayed the cause, and he just joined the duopoly, and then he turned around and did the exact same thing.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I just can't imagine that this thing could even last, because the first guest, the first real guest you have on, the very first thing you should say, like, oh, we're starting the show, welcome. So what are we talking about? Let's talk about vaccines and mRNA and why the F they're still on the shelf, dude.
He's going to bring on Albert Bourla. He's going to bring on Albert Bourla to tell you the truth about vaccines.
Oh,
like,
my God, you're right.
Going to tell you the truth about vaccines. So,
that's good. I can't wait to hear from Albert Bourla and how we're
the CEO of Pfizer, for those who don't know who that is. So
there you are. Well, we can't end the segment without a little check-in with some of our unfortunate fellow human beings that haven't had the best of luck for whatever reason. I just want to start with this one because these are becoming more common, where people are not disclosing information, and it's really weird. It's really weird why they're keeping such important information secret. When I'm talking about important information, Jay, I'm talking about causes of death of such young people. They don't want you to know. It's very private. All right, here's one.
Jamaica organization is mourning the loss of former finalist LaToya Malcolm, who has died at age 35. The organization confirming July 18th on Instagram that LaToya, who competed in the 2024 Miss Universe Jamaica pageant, has passed away. A cause of death was not shared. MUJ writing in a tribute in part, "Our thoughts and prayers are with her family, friends, and loved ones," adding, "Rest peacefully, LaToya. You will never be forgotten." In addition to competing in Miss Universe Jamaica, LaToya won the 2024 Miss Jamaica Bikini International title. She was also an actress, television presenter, and dance instructor.
I'm going to stop there because she has a long list of credits, and I want people to start looking at this and having a red flag go up when you see these stories. And this is the problem. When you have somebody that has impacted so many people, inspired so many people in so many different ways at such a young age, and you want to talk about legacy and the family saying we're going to be private about this. Why are you doing that? There's a serious problem, because if you want the legacy to have a full story, if you were going to write a book or do a movie about it, you would do the entire life of this 35-year-old and all the good she caused, and you would not end the movie with, oh, and then she's dead, and that's it. You would not roll the credits at the end of her made for her life movie and end it and have Jennifer Hudson play her. And like at the end of the movie, it just ends. Oh yeah, cut to a title screen. Yeah, she died, and then no explanation. Why wouldn't it be that way? Because the audience would demand an explanation, because we want to understand the story, whether it's a positive, inspiring story, or a tragedy, or both. We want to understand, like we get with any biopic. So somebody that this young, you want to know. So there's a reason you're not getting told this. And let me go further. They can't keep it secret for much longer. Why? Because she's got a lot of family members. Guess what one family tweeted out today? Check this out. Please pray for me and my family. My cousin LaToya just passed away suddenly at 35. Please, everyone, stay on top of your health. And no issue is too small to get checked out. I don't even know what to do or what to say. Going back home will be bittersweet. So, apparently got the memo, don't disclose anything, but this person thought they would tell people a lesson may be learned from this. How can you tell the lesson if you're instructed not to tell the cause of death? Well, you're telling us it was a health problem without telling us it was a health problem. So you see what's going on here? We're demanding some sort of closure, some sort of understanding, and we can't get it when people are secret about shit. Am I making too big of a thing about this, Jay? What do you think?
I mean, at the end of the day, right, everyone says stay fit, eat healthy, right? And that's the key to a long life, right? And these athletes and these contestants are clearly fit and healthy. Like, so the fact that so many people are dying at a younger age and dying suddenly should raise questions. And, the reason why I would guess they're not saying it is because it was probably something to do with the heart, or a cardiovascular issue or a circulation issue. And everyone knows as soon as you mention that, people realize it's going to be the shot. So they don't want to cause more alarm, and they just brush it under the rug. So sometimes people are afraid. Sometimes people don't want to think about what the implication will be for themselves, because the cousin who made that post probably took the shot too. And if she put in the post that her cousin died of a heart attack, you know what the comments would say. You know what the replies would say. The replies would say it was the shot. Like, was she mRNA vaccinated? So they want to avoid the conversation. They don't want to have the conversation, because for a lot of people now, the best way to deal with reality is to avoid it.
So this is a massive cover-up happening every time a family makes a decision. Any family member out there that's deciding to do this for their loved one, just know you're on the wrong side of history. You're on the wrong side of courage. You're on the wrong side of principle. And you think that you're doing your family a service by, we're going to be private right now. Please, nobody bombard us with anything. You're doing a disservice, because I can make an argument, Jay, that you are causing more fear, more doubt, more confusion. What are you not telling us? What is the thing? What happened to... I'm 35. What's going to happen to me? You're being vague with me. You're telling us to look after our health. What exactly did she do? What happened? Was she in the wrong place at the wrong time? You're causing more panic, because you think you're protecting something. Because like you said, Jay, it's this stubbornness of, we don't want to look into it. So you are being culpable in a massive cover-up by not being vocal, not being courageous when a family member has this happen to them. You should be doing the opposite. You should be, because you'll be helping a lot more people that would be, wow, they're willing to say that for her. Then it makes me more courageous that I can bring up this conversation with my family members at the next funeral I have to attend. So this is a massive disservice you're doing every time.
That type of stuff has, gone on in Jamaica for a while. Like, say, for example, the most known figure around the world from Jamaica would be Bob Marley, right? Question for you, Matt. How many people do you know who had cancer in their toe? How many people do you know? No one, right? No. So there was a book written by a family friend of the Marley family that acknowledged that the same toe that Bob Marley got cancer in was a toe that got pricked in a boot that was given to him by a nephew of a CIA, officer who was known to be part of the CIA. But, he was a really nice guy. He used to smoke weed with him all the time, so he used to hang out with him, and he gave him a present. And they wrote out a detailed account in the book. The people who shot at Bob Marley, I don't know if you know the story, or if you saw the movie of his life, but like, there was a big shootout. The gang that shot at him that day was the gang that was backed by the CIA. So it's like, a lot of people in Jamaica will believe amongst themselves that the CIA did cause his death, right? But you go to the Bob Marley Museum, they don't mention anything about the boot. Yeah. You ask them about, was the CIA involved with that gang? Oh, no, don't know nothing about it. But it's one of those open secrets. So this is something that's been programmed into people's minds, for a long time. Just don't talk about it. Whatever it is going on, we'll keep it under wraps. No need to talk about it. So. Yep.
Well, a few more of these real quick. And I just think this is, again, massive disservice when a family does this. A college softball player tragically dies at 19 as school corrects false reports about her passing. And this is what you get when you try and silence a story like a 19-year-old softball player dying suddenly and then not giving an explanation. People are going to start asking questions. And then the school has to play damage control and correct people. How do they correct them? What is the correction you're making? Let's see. Well, the college softball, her name was Gabriela Munoz, passed away unexpectedly on July 9th. She was 19. She died while visiting her family in Texas. But, of course, the details surrounding her death remain unknown. That is on purpose. It's not because they can't communicate with the family and they're returning each other's calls on voicemail and no one's getting. It's because they're purposely silencing the effing story. So what does the college have to do? Well, they shared an update on their social media dispelling rumors that the athlete died on campus. So the school is now in a position where they have to tell people, don't gossip about a thing that you know nothing about. Well, what really happened? Well, we can't tell you. That's top secret. And so there you go. This is what you cause. If you're a family that's participating in this type of cover-up, you're going to get people more afraid, especially a 19-year-old and the friends and around that. And you're in the dorm room. And if you guys ever been to living in a dorm room, if a 19-year-old doesn't come back after going home. You'd be like, what the fuck happened? Oh, we can't tell you that. It's top secret. Wow, man. Wow. This is the time we're living in now. This is not okay. I'm reporting on this because I'm not going to accept this being normal. This is not normal. We are told about car accidents, driving under the influence, seatbelts off. We're told about suicides. That's a hard one, but we're told about it because guess what? You need suicide preventative mechanisms to help other kids not die from suicide. You have every mechanism in place to help with young people dying for no reason or unexpectedly, except for this. No. We will not talk about preventative methods so you don't have the same thing happen. We will not talk about it. I'm not okay with this, Jay. That's where I'm at. And
yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, people, like I said, they're just scared, and their way of dealing with reality is to pretend it doesn't exist. So, it's really sad because, we could be trying to find ways to help people right now, and, who may not even realize that, they're under threat. Because, if you keep up with the studies, they're finding now that some people who may not who took the shot but don't have symptoms, they have like miniature scars on their heart and all types of stuff that could be contributing to heart stuff later on. And maybe there's things we can do to help those people. Maybe we can get the mRNA out their bloodstream. There are different, procedures that could be doing. And I've even heard saunas and sweating a lot, vitamin D. There's so many things, but we're not doing any studies and we're not warning people that, hey, maybe you should take a little bit of a extra look at some of these things. So yeah, because we're avoiding it. So,
well, I think we'll wrap it up there. That's enough. I'm too pissed off to do anymore. But believe me, guys, there's more where that came from, and we'll certainly be back again for another segment of We Know What It's Not, because the doctors will continue to be baffled, and if we're not angry enough, they're going to be able to keep us silent for as long as they freaking need us to be, and we're not okay with that. So, okay. So that's it for that. Jay, I know you mentioned the other story. I might need to ask you to bump this one. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go actually.
Okay.
That one took a little longer than I expected. So, but
yeah. And that's making trims along the way. It still went longer. That's how it is. But you guys know we have to dive in. And I appreciate all of your contribution today, Jay, and always. So good show today with you, my friend.
Sure.
Let everyone.
Later, Matt. Thanks, man. Great work. Bye.
Okay. Follow everyone. The Jay Scott. That's where you can follow him on Twitter, and he's got We the People and all the other elements happening. So we really appreciate that from Jay. Okay, guys, we are gonna do. Let's look at some of the chats here. We're gonna be. I'm gonna get some of your new super chats that came in. Rumble's looking a little funny. I hope we don't have an issue on Rumble. We'll take a look at that. We're going to take a look at that. We're going to be right back with you. You guys are next on the show. And then we'll have we're doing a loudest voice of the week after that. So let's go ahead. I got a little Rogan video because he's the guy that keeps talking about COVID. No one else will. So I'm going to put a little Rogan video on for you. We'll be back in about 3 minutes with Talking Back with Matt today. I will be getting to your super chats and the other comments and engaging with you, because you guys deserve to be part of this show too, not just onlookers and spectators eating popcorn and watching the screen. This is active participation on the show as well. So we'll see you guys back here in about 3 minutes for Talking Back, and then we're gonna end the show with a loudest voice of the week. Okay, we'll see you guys here.
And it's always going to be whatever the sponsors are. That's why you never hear anything about any of these studies that they're showing about the vaccine safety signals that they found very early on, how they hit it, all this Fauci stuff. They're not showing any of that. The Tulsi Gabbard speech, we talked about that, where she gave this speech explaining how he lied to Congress and Fauci pressured these other scientists to change their perspective on whether or not it was gain-of-function research. And
yeah, the shit that we had a pretty big feeling about back in 2020.
Yeah, you don't hear any of these people. They're not covering it.
Yeah.
And they can't. because they can't really tell you the whole news. They can only tell you the news they're approved to tell you. And that's not good. And that's how X comes about.
Yeah.
That's how X becomes the place where everybody trusts. But then you go to X and it's just filled with horse shit. There's so much lies. There's always video of something happening and they're saying this is going on right now. And you're like, and then someone says, no, this is a video from 2022.
Right.
This is in, this part of the world.
This is AI.
This is China. This is not Israel. This is, it's like there's so much horse shit and there's so many bots.
Yeah.
It's like you just dip your toe into the water and you just feel poisoned. You're like, I got to get out of here.
Yep.
But then you feel irresponsible for not paying attention.
Exactly.
Here we go. It is talking back time with Matt. Time to engage with you guys on today's episode. We were calling it what did we call this show? It's going off script. And sometimes you got to do that. And we're talking about the Epstein class going off script, the warmongers, the psychopaths, the people trying to control the puppet strings weren't totally giving enough credit to the people themselves, the people standing up, rising back, whether it was even something like the World Cup. We're not expecting Spain to come up to the table and fight their way through this rigged tournament and stick it to the Zios, stick it to the Argentinian, the Israeli settlers, and the Zio class of pedophile Epstein billionaire mother effers. That they weren't expecting that, and they weren't expecting the protests in the street against flock cameras and against the AI data centers. They weren't expecting the people to rise up and fight back in this Iran war. They weren't expecting Iran to fight back in the war that they were being pushed into. They weren't expecting any of it. So did they prepare enough? I don't think so. I think these people, they act impulsively in the moment. They might plan stuff ahead of time by a few years, but they can't really see beyond that. They don't understand what 20 years looks like. They can talk all they want about Vietnam took 19, 20 years. We're going to be in Iran for 20 years. I don't think that they understand how that will even work. The system we're in is not sustainable. It's falling apart. So they're going off script and we're calling it out. And it shows you that the people do have the power, because we have the one thing we have is the numbers. That's all we have. They have everything else, but the one thing we have is the numbers. And that's how you organize with numbers, and you fight back the ultra powerful, the little bit of them, right? The little tiny bit of those Epstein psychopaths. We fight them back with numbers. Okay, let's get to some of the stuff you had to say. And we had Jay Scott on with us. We did some fun segments with him earlier. And what else? Oh, we've been covering a bunch of stuff today, but I know some of the super chats we got to earlier, appreciating these little silver stars and gold coins. Here's another one from Leo W. Thank you so much. 2 gems, silver star. Appreciate that. Chris, thank you for the super chat. I was able to talk to my dad about the dangers of flock and data centers. Salem, Oregon is pushing for a new data center a few miles from his house. Oh man, that is rough. I hope the organizing can be productive in Salem. I don't know. I haven't looked at Salem, but we've seen successful ones. We've seen them happen in New Jersey, some other places. Flock and data centers. Yeah, they're coming at us with both. But the good news is the people are uniting together against these two horrible surveillance state mechanisms. And of course, having a data center just a few miles from your house is awful. So I hope they can stop it there for your sake, Chris, and your dad's sake. But thanks for the super chat, and nice little super chat. Thank you so much. Another Chris Philsby. I got to start getting last names here because we got another Chris here. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. And of course, Citizen, you've been giving us some great super chats today. Here's another one. They're going to roll out a Helen of Troy AI teacher next. Now that's funny. Helen of Troy. Why not? Why not give us a whole bunch of different characters? They can pretty much that's why I don't understand that they went with the sex robot look, right? That glazed over eyes and the puffy injected lips, right? And her mouth even looked like it had something kind of lodged in it. It looked like one of and I'm like, you could have gone with anything. Why you do? Because they're gonna eventually do all sorts of weird characters, but they started with that. That's weird, right? The New York school that's doing the AI teacher, he's got that sexual sex doll look. It's very, very weird. Anyways, let's see. We got oh yeah, this is another one from Chris, and I know this is in regards to our RFK Jr.'s yak video. He's out there hunting yaks with his wife, with Cheryl. Hopefully he doesn't cut off the yaks something or other. Man, was so bizarre, right? So bizarre. And we appreciate Tim Dillon's video on that, really showing us how weird did it get. Didn't Maha just get effing weird? Okay, here's another one from Citizen. I missed this one earlier. Garland, it can't be raining. Trump killed clouds. Ha. Well, let's not get into the cloud seeding discussion right now, but do appreciate it there, Citizen. Thank you so much. And I think we got your ones from earlier. Oh yeah, Deep Green. Let me throw this one up again. Thank you so much for your super chat. I would consider Black Panther. Yes, we were talking about CIA films in the entire Marvel universe. There's absolutely CIA messaging in these films. Black Panther specifically, the creation of the CIA that took the African country, and it's a contrived country where they share tech, working with intelligence, while the Killmonger, the bad guy, was really right about how this could side, could this side with his oppressors over him. They certainly get that discussion going, and they do have us rooting for the bad guy in the sense that I think Marvel has a few of those villains where they try and give us some empathy for the bad guy. I think Thanos is kind of one of those, but what are we doing? Every one of these films has to be approved. Every one of them, you know, it's just there's always something there that we leave with that stays in our subconscious, that stays in our brains, and it makes us excited when we see these Tom Cruise characters in real life, and we go, "Oh, our CIA, they got some gadget. It's really fun. They can put a mask on and change into somebody." Ooh, like they don't understand. That's how awfully it's so dangerous. It's so bad. So bad. Okay, and there was a few other ones there. Let me see if I want to make sure I covered all of the super chats. It's funny. Sometimes they don't show up on the screen here, and they don't carry over from YouTube. So I'm just hoping I didn't miss anyone here, but we'll leave it at that one for now. I think that's it. My apologies if we missed any other super chats right now, but if you guys throw some in now, we will certainly get them. Let me move on to some of the stuff also happening on Rumble and some of the other chats going on. Okay. From Eno, thank you so much. But Trump said we already won. I know, because if you're listening to Trump, I'd be so confused right now, because he tells us that Iran has no ability to defend itself because we just annihilated its entire military. He says we already won. It is confusing. If you take that guy for face value, I would be just as confused. Oh, this is thank you so much, C-Wen. You were great on Jimmy, Matt. Thank you so much. And anybody who missed the Jimmy episode, this was it. This was the thing. I had it queued up so you guys could see. Garland Nixon hosting. I was featured not on a panel, but I guess he took us one at a time. 1, 2, 3. It was like a 1, 2, 3 punch with Kirk, me, and Steve Point again. Great all around. Everyone did a great job. I was really happy about it, and my first time on Jimmy Dore, so much appreciated. It was great. It was great doing that. Okay. Yes, Kirk makes me laugh too. I wish it was. Maybe next time I could do a panel with him, because I didn't get to. We kind of switched off with Garland, so hopefully next time I can be on with Kirk. He's funny. He's really funny. Absolutely. And I know him from we used to. Well, they do the Two Roads Theater performances here in LA, and Leslie and I have been there. We've hung out with all of them before, Kirk and Jimmy and Steph and all of them. So yeah, we're all cool. We're all LA folks here. Oh, look at this. A little bit of music. Thank you for that. I had to start from the beginning so I can listen to the intro music. Oh, very cool. Very cool. We used to have to edit that music out because of the copyright, but we do have a rights to it. So we get the strike, and then we have to write them a letter saying we have the paperwork, and then we submit it, and then they remove it. So it's not a strike, but just they say, oh, you just so you know, you have to prove that you have the paperwork. And we go, we do. We have it right here. So we used to just edit it out, but I go, no, it's good. I want to keep that music on YouTube. Rumble, anything goes, guys. Anything goes on Rumble. They don't do that shit. They don't send you notices for copyright stuff. Oh, I see Donald Duck's mom also loves the music. Very cool. Very cool. Thank you for that. Spain. Yep, for sure. Oh, I like this description. A wall of mirrors created by the CIA in front of the brick wall. Ooh, that's good. I like that. Thank you, Bart Duper. Thank you for that. Chatter X. Oh, I love it. You're always sharing links for us. And I hope people can go click on these before they go away, because that the Rumble thing goes away. The chat, right? So thank you for this. Every leader the U.S. has assassinated. Good to know. Good to know. Look at that, guys. Go grab that link from Chatter X. Always stepping up for us. Really appreciate it, Chatter. Really appreciate it. Let's see. We got another one from Palestinians are amazing to even find joy in this world. Yeah. For them to be so excited about Spain winning that World Cup after everything they've been through, it's pretty powerful seeing them celebrate like that. Really powerful. All right, let's see what else we got here. I want to try to guess what the reference on this one is. Torture listening to this. It could have been our Argentinian story. I think I'm gonna think it was that. I think it was that one. Yeah. So I gotta tell you guys, it's torture for us sometimes. Some of the stories, some of the work we got to do. We go down these rabbit holes and we look at some of this most horrible stuff. A lot of the times it's stuff from Israel. It's the stuff they do in Hebrew, and you translate it and you're just like, oh God, this is just awful. And it's just you have to get up sometimes and take a step back and go, ugh. Oh, I agree. I'm glad. I like this Miss Lindsay. I'm so glad Miss Lindsay is gone. He's gone, but let's be clear, his policies aren't. His policies are not gone. He's gone. But even Trump is saying I'm dedicating the next sanctions on Russia and Iran. I'm dedicating them to Lindsay. Yeah, you can get rid of the man, but you can't, or the woman, or the man dressed in whatever outfit he's dressed in. But you can't get away. You can't get rid. You should get rid of the man, but you can't get rid of the policy, right? The ideology. That's hard to get rid of, right? Even because John McCain, he passed his on, right? He passed it on. John McCain's his psychopathness, he passed that on to Lindsey Graham. He passed it on to Anthony Blinken, to Victoria Nuland, to Joe Biden, and ultimately to Trump, right? And Netanyahu, all of them. Oh, hey, Jungle Jared, just joining. Hey, fam, and fuck Argentina. Absolutely. And they're getting what they deserve. It's pretty fucking obvious now. They're getting what they deserve. Absolutely. You're welcome, Tara. Thank you for leaving the live streams up. Some of us love the long form to listen to while doing other things. Of course. And that's what they're there for. They're there for you guys to go back to. You go to Rumble, right? You go to the Homeless Left on Rumble, and on the homepage, you click on live, and then you can see them all in order, and you can go all the way back to number one, and they're all there. 202 of them. They're all there for you guys. Let's change to that border. I like this. I like the border. We're going with this new border, guys. We started that on episode 200. I kind of like it. Okay, let's get a little further down here. Oh, thank you, Pamela. Great to see you with Garland, filling in for Jimmy Dore. Hope you both get epic new supporters from that. Certainly, they start to filter in. They start to filter in indeed. And then when they put the segments up, which I think will be coming later today or tomorrow, that's going to get even more, because they're gonna be the segments geared towards our conversations, and specifically the one I had with Garland. We had two. I think I have two segments coming out. So if you guys missed it, you can go when those get uploaded. That'll be kind of cool, because you guys can share those out. It'll be Matt Weinglass, Garland Nixon on Jimmy Dore, and we did 2 AI discussions in I think 15-minute each. So those are going to be nice little fun ones to share out once they go up on his YouTube and Rumble channel. So really excited about that. And yeah, I think that's where you really get the engagement, and people want to, if they like what if they like what they see, they like what they're hearing, they want to find out, oh, the Homeless Left. Oh, I didn't know about that. And there you go. And that's what it's about. So yeah, we're very excited and very, very fortunate and very grateful to Garland for the opportunity, and all them over there. They're cool. Misha's awesome. I mean, these guys, they're awesome. I do feel, I feel that, respect coming from them. So it's very cool. I don't know what this is in ref. Let me try and figure this one out. I know Gonzo Johnny, you've been in the chat a lot today. It's about your last episode, I think, but it could also be the broader view of how you do things now, Matt. I don't. Oh, I see what you're saying. Very critical. Mainstream hates logic and critical people. I think, well, let's just say this. If you're noticing an evolution in the show, I think I'm getting better and more sharp at being louder, at being critical. I think we've always been critical on the show, but when you do something, you guys know how this works. If you do something more and more, you get better at it, right? It's still hard. It's still hard, but you get better. That's just how everything works. Anything you do that's hard, it doesn't ever get easier. And I'm borrowing a quote from some of my guys over at the workout. We do it. It's called F3. We do F3, baby. It's men's workout. It's national. You guys should look it up if you're looking for a regular workout environment in whatever city you're in. They have it all over the country. It's called F3. I like to go on Wednesdays here in LA. I'll tell you guys, that's the first lesson I learned was the things that are hard in life, whatever that is. It could be the job you're doing or the thing that the task you're taking on, the workout regimen you're doing, the diet you're doing. So none of these things ever get easier. That's a misnomer. They're just as hard as they were on day 1 as they are on day 50. So the thing itself, the task itself never gets easier. You just get better. And that's an important distinction. So maybe, and this is just to piggyback off of Gonzo Johnny's analysis of the show and saying that what the show has become or the critical thinking. I think it's hard to do what we do. It's freaking hard. And when you do something hard, it's still hard. It just doesn't get easier, but we get better at it. And then maybe those results are what you're saying right now in real time. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's exactly what and then yes, more people will see it, more people will react, more people will get excited. You'll create more enemies if you're doing this kind of a thing. You're going to get more people angry because they're going to say, oh shit, that guy is effective. We need to stop him. We need to cut him off. So that's the other part of it that you sign up for, right? You get better at what you do. The thing you're intending to do becomes more effective to do, and you're getting the results you need. And those results in the political landscape, in journalism, and where we are here, those results can show in a lot of ways. Those can show in more viewers, more support, but also more pushback, more enemies, more consequences. But we got to know what we're signing up for. But at the end of the day, it never gets any easier. That's for sure. That's for sure. Okay. This is very true, Hugo. Actors are not paid to think, only act the part. And me, I'm an actor. You guys know I'm an actor, and so I this is why we cover HOLLYWOKE stories. Being a director is different. You can actually think when you're a director, or as long as you're not on a leash of someone else, and if you're independent, an independent director can think. And that's a discrepancy between becoming an actor versus a director and going back and forth from those two roles. I actually used to teach a class in directing and what that means, especially for actors who are trying to direct. And I got to tell you, a lot of them don't know how to do it, and they'll never learn because they're just not wired that way. But some of them are. Some of them actually can. They have it in them. You just have to take those tribal goggles off, and you're no longer a prop. You are now a thinking person with a vision, and you need to communicate that vision. And so a lot of actors are like, I don't know. I don't know how to do that. Yeah. And then you go, okay, go back to your lane. Go back to your cookie cutout, whatever prop you are. You're a prop. Go stand under your light. Go face the camera and say this line on the page that I'm instructing you to say, and we'll call it a day. So there's that. Oh, right. Yeah, there we go. Kelly Jones, Garner, Sean Penn, and Affleck are definitely all CIA assets. And I noticed you don't have Angelina Jolie on the list because I do think in it, and we covered Angelina Jolie. She had to do the SALT movie. She had to go to this consulting with the CIA, but ultimately she could be on her own. She isn't necessarily. I'd say she was the least on the list. Forced to do, forced to do that little CIA consulting, but who knows? Who knows? Okay. All right, here we go. We'll get to a few more of you guys. Did I show this, Citizen? If you may show Jay my minion super chat, will you? Oh, shoot. I put the super chat up and then Jay was already off. I'm sorry about that. My bad. My bad. It's hard because we only have so much time and Jay's got to go. And then I engage with you guys and then we don't get, I know you're talking to Jay, but it's hard. Sometimes it gets lost. My bad on that one, Citizen, but appreciate all your super chats for sure. Okay, let's do a few more of these. Only cruise movies. Now, Craig Williams, cruise movies. We have talked about Minority Report. Haven't talked about Oblivion, but Minority Report is a good one for the AI stuff. It was 100% accurate. And you can call it a CIA asset film, but it's really getting us conditioned to accept the fact that the police state we're in now, they told us it was going to happen in 2002 when that movie came out. I'm actually really good friends with one of the actors from that film. His name is Patrick Kilpatrick. He's actually been on the show. I think he was on one of our earlier episodes of The Homeless Left. But we know that movie well, and we know that the point of that film was to condition the audience into this sci-fi world where in the near future you were gonna we had a pre-crime. We're gonna have a pre-crime division, right? And that pre-crime division was going to anticipate your committing a crime and then arrest you before you do the crime. And that was a fiction idea. Now we actually have that. So having a movie like that exists makes us, in a weird way, comfortable with it. Like our mind has already been like, oh yeah, there's that thing. And maybe it goes down easier. Maybe that's why we get told it years in advance. It's just a fun popcorn flick. Tom Cruise doing a little sci-fi futuristic film. Fast forward 20, 25 years. We're ready to receive it. We're ready to accept the pre-crime division. The algorithm knows you were going to go to one of those bad protests tomorrow. So we're going to knock on your door today and we're going to arrest you before. It's preventative crime, right? We're going to arrest you before you show up with your Palestine flag and you wreak havoc on the Jewish community with your horrible hate of wanting children not to be murdered, which is horrible that you would say that. We need all terrorist babies murdered. So you going to that is a crime. Before you leave your house, we'll arrest you because we have a pre-crime division now, right out of Minority Report. Oh man. Okay, we got a lot more from you guys. There's no way I'm going to get to all this, obviously, but let me get about 3 or 4 more in, and then we got to cut it short here because I got one more segment for you guys, and I do not want to hit the 5-hour mark today. So, also I think I'll be passing you guys over to another show here too. So I don't want to go into the time of the other show as well. So let's see here. Yes, the integration bill would have been bad, but they're not done with it. Just because the one didn't pass doesn't mean another one ain't coming. So we can have a little win, but we're not done with the war. We're not done. We win the battle, but we didn't win the war yet. Okay. Yeah, Linus, thanks for tuning in. I can't imagine defending this world order. Those that do seem defective. What's really interesting is those Trump people that are still defending this. This is the thing that the Biden supporters were so guilty of. And it was so weird that Trump supporters back then could identify that. They could be like, you were captured. You've sworn your allegiance to the Democratic Party and will do whatever it tells you. And they called it, they go, what's wrong with you? You're captured. You've lost your mind. All you Democrats lost your minds. And then they turn around, they're doing the same fucking thing. They're doing the same thing. They're defending. And the reason they're defending it is because their warped minds are exactly the same symptoms. Exactly the same as vote blue no matter who. Exactly. Like to a T. The same, like the hero worshiping and the whole lesser of two evils, and the whole maneuvering and justifying when the thing you're seeing with your own eyes. You know, Biden with his he can't walk. He's got the onset dementia. Like he's doing these little baby steps, can't find his way off the stage, and they were making excuses for that. Like, oh, he's got a lot on his plate. Stop being ageist. And so, you know, Trump with all his, it's just weird. Like, you're like, he's got a plan. He's doing this is good. What? Everything? How is the Strait of Hormuz being? What? How is any of this good for anyone? How is murdering people? How is this? And how are you saying you're for free speech when you're the censorship, the deplatforming, the arresting people? And then you got this digital ID thing. You were supposed to be against that. And like, oh no, we have to stop the immigration. We have to stop this. You have to crack a few eggs to make an omelet, right? We're all in this together. We gotta sacrifice some freedom in order to get freedom. We gotta sacrifice the freedom to get freedom. Like, it's like you're doing it's exactly the same. And it's just so sad. And both sides have been guilty of it now. And it's just sad. It's like, when can we just detach? Guys, when can we just detach from all of it? Oh, shit. Did we hear this right? UK has joined the Iran war. Ugh. I guess we got to follow up on this one on Thursday's show. God damn it. So they caved? Did the UK cave? I thought all the allies were all saying we're not part of this ground invasion. Uh-oh. Well, we'll have to look at that one. Okay. Well, we'll do a couple more, and then we're gonna sign off. And you know, guys, I'll throw a few more up on the end, on the ending credits, so you can get a few more of you guys in here. Okay, let's see. Okay, we have a little conversation going on Rumble. I don't know if I can show all of this, but man, no, it's okay, guys. You're having a little discourse on the chat. That's totally fine. What? So these passed, I got to look at, so wait, what's going on here? Section 219 passed, Massey said. 7341. So it actually passed. What? Man, this is bad. I got to look at this, guys. I'm not going to report on this yet. But I appreciate you guys looking out though. Okay. Let's do two more. All right. What do we got here? Okay, this is good, Gonzo. I like this. I think awareness and consciousness should be the basis for all peoples. It's why we are human. That's good. I like that one. Hard to argue that. And we'll pop it off with one more here. For now, let's see. Let's do. I saw another one. From Chris. Oh, we got to get the super chat in here. Okay, here we go. From Chris. I want a Joe Pesci teacher robot. Now that is funny. I like that. Let's end on that. Because I guess they can make any robot teacher they want. Why not do a Joe Pesci? Why not do a, hey, you think I'm funny? Huh? Like ha like a clown funny? Is that what you're talking about? Ha funny? Like a clown? Like that could be when he, like, if you're trying to pass a note in class, the Pesci robot can be like, hey, what's that? What are you doing there, huh? You think it's funny? And then they shoot the ground. No, but this is the thing. I mean, why not? Why not have it be somebody who could scare the kids, right? So you got the sexualized robot. Why not do a scary? Why not do a Pesci? Why not do a T-1000? Why not? I mean, where would you stop, right? You want to get the kids in line. You want them to obey. Bring in the T-1000. Bring in the good fella gangsta Joe Pesci. That'll teach them to pass notes. All right, guys, we're gonna end this right here. I'll get a couple more of your comments up later, but we do have one more topic to do here. So thank you guys all for your super chats, for your Rumble rants. I don't know if I got any Rumble rants on here today, and I apologize if any other of these got kicked aside today. We do our best here to engage with you the best we can. But thank you so much. Stay tuned. We're not going to a break. We're gonna go right to the next. The final segment of the day. Let's get to that right now. We do this either Tuesday, Thursday, but we haven't done one in a while. So I figured let's do a loudest voice. Here we go, guys. It's the loudest voice of the week. We went through a few different clips in the last week. We saw some interesting interactions. People trying to expose corruption. You got people filming each other. Last week we saw one with Rabbi Shmuley being filmed by another guy, and they each posted it thinking they were exposing the other one. So I thought we got on a little kick on this, like who's exposing who? And I think that's a fun question when we're like, well, who's posting the video? The person trying to expose, or the other person? We saw one a few weeks ago of Massey being tracked down by a right wing, by a Daily Wire person, right? A Daily Wire person tracking down Massey and saying, "I'm going to get you," and then Massey turns his phone on that guy. So there's a lot of different who's doing the exposing. It's an interesting question. So we found one this week, and I thought we'd stay in that theme of who's exposing who, and we saw this happen when Cenk Uygur had a pretty, I guess you'd call it an amusing exchange. This reporter happens to be from Turning Point USA. So you can imagine this will be good because TPUSA, they're trying to defend Lindsey Graham. They're trying to defend genocide. They've captured Charlie Kirk's company and pretended that it's 100% pro-imperialist, 100% take out that evil regime of Iran, take out the evil regime of Putin. So all basically Lindsey Graham policies. That's what TPUSA is. So what do you think happened when this TPUSA reporter thought they were going to expose Cenk Uygur if they just followed him around in the airport until they finally got the confrontation, of course, with the cell phone on? I think the TPUSA reporter ended up posting this, which is very odd because I don't think it went very well for him. But it did go viral and people are noticing. So let's watch the exchange and then to see what actually got exposed, if anything. So you guys put on your critical thinking hats. Let's watch this exchange at the airport with Cenk Uygur, imperialist versus an anti-imperialist. Here we go.
Did you say that Lindsey Graham is evil when, literally your own nephew, Hassan Piker, literally said that America deserved 9/11, Cenk? Do you think that's evil to say that America deserved 9/11?
Okay, so bad move to conflate two things. Not a good start. The guy's not doing a good job because obviously the first thing you say to that, Cenk, is you say those are two separate things. You want me to comment on my nephew, or do you want me to comment on Lindsey Graham and his psycho behavior against Russia and against Iran and against Palestine, against all the other people that he's been responsible for all these murders? Which conversation are we having right now? So those are two different. So let's see. So that's not a good start.
Those two things are completely unrelated.
Come on.
You were waiting for me at the airport. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No, I was on the plane with you, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was wonderful.
Okay, so then you waited for me to come.
Yeah,
I appreciate
like 5 minutes, of course.
And Lindsey Graham advocated for the deaths of millions of people. He's one of the worst people who's ever lived. So,
and if you have an issue with American politics, why don't you just go back to Turkey?
Oh, bad move. Strike two, dude. And again, I think he posted this. This is in his phone. We're only seeing this video because this idiot reporter from Charlie Kirk's stolen company thought he'd post it. So go back to Turkey. That's what do you think? What do you think is going to be said back to that? What do you say back to that? Have you ever had anyone tell you? Have you any? Let me get out of this box. Let me get out of this box. Have you had anyone tell you, if you have a problem with your country, why don't you move? I have. I've had it said to me a few times. And there is a good answer for it. There's a really good, it's a dumb thing to say to someone. And I do like, let's hear Cenk's reaction to this. Really dumb, especially for a reporter. How did you not prepare better for this? You were on the plane with the guy and you're writing that this was your second. You're like, I'm going to try the whole, why don't you condemn your cousin thing or your nephew thing? And if that doesn't work, I'm going to tell him to move to Turkey. Okay, let's see how well that does for you.
Because that's not how America works, you dumb. Really? America, you try to make the country better by participating in it. You don't go, oh, duh, where you leave the country if you don't like one thing.
Beautiful response, because that's the correct response. It's not the country is designed for us to have voices. In theory, it's not really, not in actuality, but in theory, the country's designed for our voices to matter, to speak up, to protest, to freedom of press, to run for office, to blast stuff out on a podcast, social media. Like we have the right, and to organize and to protest, like I said. So these are things that are apparently the foundation of the country, and you don't just leave because you don't like one thing. That's not how it works. And that is the correct answer.
Hey, did you like everything under Biden? Why don't you get the out of the country, you idiot?
No, but like, I'm an American. See, like, I'm white.
Oh, I'm also an American.
Oh, So if that doesn't work, let me see. Let me cross it. Okay. So get you to admit that your nephew sucks. That didn't work because I tried to conflate two things. I should have. And the Lindsey Graham thing, there was no chance I was going to get away with that because Lindsey Graham is a piece of shit. We all know. All right. Number 2, why don't you move? Oh, that didn't work. Because now I'm being told, if he comes back and tells me, why don't I move? I'm going to say, well, I'm a white American and you're not. We'll see how that one plays. Look, this might be 3 strikes though. It might be 3 strikes.
Yeah, but like you though, I'm not racist American.
But you communist,
idiot American.
You communists never assimilated.
Looking like an ass.
You communists never assimilated.
Oh, okay. So I couldn't pretend you weren't American. We're both American, but you're a commie. That's number 4. Okay, if none of that works, communism. That'll get him. There's no way Cenk's getting out of this one. He's a freaking commie, you son of a bitch. You sick son of a bitch with your commie stuff. That'll get him. That's good That's good journalism, right?
To America, that's
I'm a capitalist. I own a business.
Come on, you're communist. You're a communist.
It's hilarious.
Oh shit! Fuck! I forgot. Cenk owns a business. He's a capitalist asshole. I forgot. It's a profit over people system. TYT. Hey, they happen to be right on the genocide. They got a lot of other shit wrong, dude. You're not gonna call him out on that though. You're not gonna say, why did you smear Julian as Assange? Why did you lie to your audience and say Syria was conducting chemical weapons? Assad was committing chemical weapon warfare on his own people. Why did you do those? Those were lies. That wasn't real. Why did your co-host still condemn Hamas on October 7th for crimes against humanity when they had an absolute right, international law, a right to resist occupation, illegal occupation? You have a right to resist that, even violently. Did you guys know that? So that's real journalism. That's what I would ask Cenk. I'd ask him those questions. I'd ask him about Assange, Syria, and why is your co-host, and do you agree with your co-host, Anna Kasparian, that Hamas needs to be condemned for all time for their horrible atrocities on October 7th, never mind the Hannibal Directive? Those would be great questions. But no, he had to go with his 4 that he came up with, which was what? Lindsey Graham should not be called an asshole because of your nephew. You should move if you have a problem with America. Well, you're not even American. I'm American. You're not. Well, really, you're just a communist. So F you. 4 strikes. You're out, motherfucker. And that's it. And that's why this dude, not Cenk Uygur, let's be clear. It's this reporter, this journalist, as he calls himself, this journalist from TPUSA, posting this video with 4 strikes at how not to do journalism. He himself is going to get loudest voice of the week. And there you go. Journalism 101, guys. It really, come on. You got to do that. You got to have some real shit ready, man. Come on. What are you doing? Okay, that ought to do it for today, guys. Really do appreciate all of your engagement today. Wanted to give a shout out to Jay Scott. Good work today. Also, thank you guys for those who saw the Jimmy Dore show yesterday. Really appreciate that support, and Garland Nixon as well. We will be back for you for more Homeless Left on Thursday, all afternoon. Don't forget to hit the like, subscribe, to share out. Check your subscription on YouTube. Make sure it didn't go away. Look for the segments. We will be uploading the segments individually. We had a lot of content today, guys, so we will be editing the shit out of that tonight and getting it to you starting tomorrow. And then we'll see you back here on Thursday for another episode. I can't announce a guest just yet, but we will have a guest for you. We'll announce it soon. You can always follow us on Twitter. Follow me on Matt Weinglass on Twitter is the I have it listed here second with the Homeless Left, but both of those are good to follow, and you'll get the first updates of what's happening. And what we're sharing out is generally the stuff we're going to be covering on the show. This is the YouTube channel. You guys can check that subscription, make sure that's working for you, because they do have a habit of canceling subscriptions sometimes. And of course, this is our Rumble channel, the Homeless Left. Our Facebook channel got taken down today, I guess. They cut the feed on our live show, which is too bad because it was right before we did our Zuckerberg. We covered the Social Network Part 2 movie, which is coming out apparently this October. Another CIA top-down propaganda film. So, oh well, I guess Facebook's going to miss out on that piece of information. With that said, I think that should do it. Thanks to all the, I don't know if our mods were in play today, or if maybe not. Maybe that's why it was such a free-for-all in the chat today, which is fine. No big worries. But we'll leave you with this. This is after Pete Hegseth has announced the Pentagon will start offering steroids. Didn't even want to do a segment on this because it was so ridiculous. But we thought the reaction by Fox News, Jesse Waters, was so entertaining and disgusting at the same time, ridiculous and pathetic. We thought you should see it on the way out. So we're going to present that to you on our outro, and we'll throw up a few more of your guys' comments on the way out. Thank you guys so much again for being part of the Homeless Left, the non-tribal approach to news show. I'm Matt Weinglass. We'll see you guys next Thursday. And remember, when you go out into the world, always go out with courage, with conviction, and above all else, principle. Power to the people, and free Palestine. We'll see you guys Thursday.
He says you lose your endurance, muscle mass. So yeah, I want these guys on it. But you know what's going to happen? The guys that don't need it are going to take it. To triple boost. Right. And then they're going to get out there, and women on base, you guys better be careful. Port calls, women in Asia, you better be careful, because these guys are going to be wild animals, and you better watch out.
Okay.
Low
You should have held his hand.
Yeah, but I don't know if I would have.
Oh,